Hello and welcome back. That's not the game capture. That's not Bueller. There we go. It's heckin' windy outside, people. So I'm gonna be sneezy. That's sneezy, not sleazy. And it might be loud to the extent that it is windy. We are here continuing our Netherlands run. Formed Netherlands, now we're here. And we just finished a war with France. In fact, their bodies aren't even cold in the ground. Our morale has not even regained from our march. And then we get hit with this. A call to arms from England against France. Well then. They're offering to bribe us to fight the person we just got finished fighting because... Okay, we shall fight them. And now we're back at war with France. Hell yeah, brother. What is this peace deal, even? Take the capital province. Well, I think it's also the case that we're in a situation where maybe we want to take Paris to gain control of the Paris market. So that our subjects are not at risk of creating a frivolous and bad market. Which we're maybe don't want. Hey, Happy Chef, how's it going? So, let's continue on here. Do have the Hussite Wars. I don't think we're going to side with either side. I think we're gonna leave that alone for now. But we will come around, start sieging Paris. And then kind of grab all the stuff that's in our vicinity. I think we'll raise one group of levies to maybe do some sieging. That'll feel kind of okay. But they're almost already full occupied, so we gotta go quick. And we could probably do a little bit better than what we're doing now if we microed everything super hard, but we're just going to kind of set some carpet sieges up and see what we can do. The wind might kick out the power as well. This is a very real possibility, so if there is a loss of stream suddenly, break your window. No, wait. Break the glass and... No, wait. Don't panic. That's the one. Okay. Monthly literacy is kind of nice because you don't have much of that modifier to begin with. You have base 0.01, so the tech's actually really sweet. In terms of texts that are like sweet, but you don't appreciate how sweet they are, this one is motherfucking taboo. You love this one. Because very often... especially in rural areas. Let's find a rural area with some burgers. Very often you'll have like stuff like this. 40% max literacy, 13% actual literacy. Yeah. So, the monthly literacy helps out a lot with that. Okay. I think we're going to sponsor a university here. We do have to maintain our plutocratic push until eventually our ruler dies, because we cannot, with a union, flip republic, and that's what we're waiting on, is not being in a union. So, no sponsor the noble arts and accidentally pushing Aristo. We will go sponsor a university. Oh, maybe we should have showed off the peasant cabinet one. Sponsor peasant cabinet actually gives you monthly literacy. It's one of the few sources of that, so it's kind of interesting. I think what we're going to do is we are going to, with this guy, change societal values towards innovative, and the 0.5 trend we get from pushing the university, in addition to the 5% research speed, which is nice, it's going to allow us to push up innovation. So this is generally how you get your innovation push to 100. If you have netter production method is one of the weaker resources. If you have another production method as of one of the weaker resources, would it maybe be worth building that? Yeah, but not like overbuilding it. If that makes sense. Like, we did have, wool's pretty good. It's not spectacular, but because it's an input, we have had it on our auto-expand. Yeah, auto-expand this too, when a level becomes available. We have a lot of auto-expands going. The auto-expand mod makes it so that you have to do way less. I think it should be a vanilla. Because very often you, like, conform your decision on what you want done in a province. And then the hard part is actually getting it done. But if we do this, we know we want tools here because there's iron here. Now we never have to look at this ever again. Right? And so it allows you to set stuff up kind of intelligently. Kind of intelligently. The truth hurts. Alright, we do have... I think we'll maybe take a save here. We want to piece him out before England pieces him out. I think piecing him out now, if we were on Iron Man, is what we would do. We really want Paris, though. So, we're gonna wait, and the second this siege finishes, we're gonna go for it, but we might do a little bit of a dirty reload. We don't get our way. A dirty, filthy reload that any Paradox player should be deeply ashamed of, but not us, for we are without shame. Haven't played since release. What's the biggest UI quality of life change? The biggest UI quality of... Brother, have I got, woo! The proximity map mode is now very, very nice. It shows you what you're moving through, whether it's a road or naval or a river, and the river map mode now shows a bunch of arrows and has been returned. Return of the King, the river map mode, shout out. What everyone should care most about, yeah. What is this? Wait, what? You can't do this to me! Why would England do that as their peace deal? Well, I'm glad we saved right before that. What is that? Maybe that's the peace deal we deserve? Don't you find it interesting how many people all of a sudden say international law is not important? Most people I talk to don't say that. Most people I talk to are upset. Why would England white peace here? That's crazy work, dude. Just because none of France that's remaining is in their conquest desire? Oh my god, there's river map mode? Yeah, an official river map mode. That dirty, filthy reload. He's so not right now, Hansel. That's crazy, though. Why would you even deck on him? You deck on him and you get near 100% peace deal and then you white peace out? That's... I don't like that, man. From the AI. The AI is just like, I mean, I understand what's going on, is they have no desire to conquest any of the stuff that's in there. Where's the return? There we go. So return everything to Champagne. Because we don't eat Antag from this. Do something like this. Oh, they really hate that. Just kidding. Okay, they do care about being put in a box. Or they care about multiple boxes. Where did it all go wrong? Okay, they don't mind the Poisu part. They don't mind as much if we take this stuff. Do they mind giving it back to Picardy? Not. They kind of mind. So yeah, that creates the I'm not a fan of this dog type of thing. As long as they have a way to trace back, they don't mind so much. Which is silly, but it is what it is. I guess we'll return a bunch of land to Toulouse. And then we'll return that to Nimoy from Toulouse. And then we had war reps on them. I guess we could just renew those. And then we want to move territory from him over to the other guys near him, basically. But we get to make a couple custom subjects. Okay, Parliament. We're not training to traditional distribution, and we're not exempting taxes, so we're gonna do this. You don't really have to pass this. We wouldn't mind declaring into Brabant before Brabant declares into us, to be honest. It's a defensive maneuver, guys. That would be a defensive war where we would declare on Brabant because they might declare on us because we have generated so much antagonism. A defensive war. Have you ever considered making a guide for HRE reforms and what to pass first? I think a lot of other content creators make HRE content. I actually don't enjoy playing the HRE, so I don't touch it that often. The only flaw I've noticed with Morocco is you flip Andalusia, you can't enforce it on your subjects because you can't convert due to minus 70% cabinet efficiency due to unsupported culture. You have to make, if you're gonna flip Andalusia, if you will, you want to improve Morocco's opinion of Andalusia first by a lot. Like, you want to click the button twice, that way it's cheaper, so you don't have as much under-supported. Happy to report I went 200 ducats into Merc debt, but got sweet 50% peace deal bucket out of it. Hell yeah, brother. Hiring mercs, it's just that easy. You could also, minting is better than running loans, by the way. So you probably want to juice up minting a lot, and then dial it back after you repay the loans. The players occupying the stuff is the issue. What's the land AI wants? Yeah, I mean, I guess there was like 2 pieces of territory here. That's going to be disgusting if England takes that, but France doesn't want a peace deal where it gets bucketed or where it gets cut off. It likes being able to snake its territory through here. Or proximity. France would actually enjoy getting its capital taken, like, if it were smart. I think we're going to look to take these 3 locations, because then we can release a subject that will generate us CBs. We could tax exempt to extra tax. I don't think that that's worth or quite makes sense. I'm going to continue to disband levies as we can here. We have, I think we wanted to do curtail the nobility, but it didn't make sense until we flipped Republic. Because we wouldn't be able to actually tax them more anyways. Because we're at like 55% satisfaction. Or actually it would be bad because we'd lose 5% satisfaction. But we'll get a lot more satisfaction once we do the other thing. We gotta unraise the levies. Let's also get rid of the 200 relations, improve relations that we have. Got a couple of those. Expand the rest of the levies. Build bananas. Sounds like the 3 time. What I'm playing in the American continent would be interesting to see. We've created a couple saves here and there where we like get to America with our like first colony, and we're like, hey, maybe we branch off here and do that, and we might do that here. I mean, your subjects are unable to convert to the Iberian lands because Castilian despises Andalusia. Well, once you flip Castilian yourself. Are you planning on flipping Castilian? If you flip Castilian, you can improve the Castilian opinion of them. Yeah. And then looks like we could actually just push in a little bit more au natural. Enchanté. Okay, so now we could also transfer the locations to the proper people. So let's do that. So we use the returns to get it for less antagonism, and then once we have it, once we've gotten it back, we transfer it. Kind of a little bit of a tedious play pattern, but we do get what we want when we do it. Toulouse gets a little upset, but not very. And then I think we get to declare our war into this coalition. Now, we might annex Bern, so we can move Colne down to Bern. We annex Bern, right? And then we move the coal market down there. Also delete it. But that allows the Bruges market to get a lot bigger. And more importantly, get access to like lumber. We'll just wait for them to pop their head above. And then clip it off. Their head, that is. I think our vassals could operate like smart enough on their own to like get this war done. Nice, love that event. Let's actually reduce the speed a little bit. We do want to make sure someone takes this. Do have the marks on auto renew. Not sure that that's needed. How much army do they have remaining? 4K. I think once we clip the rest of this army. Food is often the real issue here. Do we have the food to siege burn? I don't think we do, actually. Miserable. Alright, we could grab this. Or it looks like they're heading down. Alright, maybe we're kind of okay with that. Who are we at war with exactly? Galray 2. I hate that when you turn that off, it auto turns back on. Just do USA playthrough? I've thought about it. It just, it feels like disruptive. Flipping Castilian isn't something I've actually done before. Wow. Or considered. Well, I mean, Morocco's the best country to form Spain with. Doing Netherlands run as well? Hey, Gaheros, thank you for the follow. Nearly enough Pluto swap Republic when I get in the union with Portugal Castile, which I get to become the senior partner. What do you think I should do? I don't know, you won't get to annex them for forever. But the union thing's kind of good. Hard to say. I don't really like the unions that much because like what they really give you is like a semi-invulnerability type of thing. Effectively, like, okay, the AI can't mess with you and you're fine. And you just have a place where you like, I think you don't even generate antagonism from your union partner, and it's like, but what's the end game? And it's like, well, not annexing them. Do we have enough food? We do have enough food now. Yeah, HRE creates weird food issues. These guys are just gonna starve out. That's so much antagonism. Doesn't really matter which of these locations we grab, though. Honestly, right next to the silver is not terrible. Is it a town? It does have to be a town, whatever we grab. I think? No, it has to be in the coal market. Whatever we grab, because we can't steal the market unless... I wish there was a destroy market peace deal option. I guess we probably won't be getting... You guys hear the wind outside? It's heckin' windy, bro. I guess we'll do this. The coalitions, aka unlimited, what is it, prestige time. So that's a bit unfortunate. Like, we would want to move the coal market down, like, quite a ways that way, but... So I guess we're actually kind of close to getting what we want, which is... We want 2 locations. We actually prefer whatever generates less antagonism. Do we even really care about the war reps? The issue here is, if we take anything in the HRE, it's like unlimited, infinite antagonism. But also, like, maybe we've crossed that bridge. Oh, I kind of don't want to turn and burn the entirety of the HRE. Maybe that's how we're supposed to play this, though. Maybe let's start a poll on YouTube. I think in theory we should just like gobble everything. Watching your videos a lot, but first time live. Welcome, welcome. What do you think Paradox needs to change to make the game become better? I think there's just a lot of systems that kind of like need overhaul. And that they should... Alright, let's have a small discussion. Right now, this is how I think we could think about the way that the game feels like it's getting devved, although I don't know what's going on behind the scenes, so you never really know. Okay. So there's stuff that's urgent. Shout out to Franklin Covey for this, by the way. And then there's stuff that's important. Okay. And then, of course, there's yes, no, yes, no. Okay? Here's what I think, is that, currently, stuff that gets really, really, focused on, it seems like, is only stuff that is in the urgent pile. And then there are some things that are, urgent and important. And this is like game-breaking bugs. We'll call these game breakers. Like, you have to you have to address these, right? And I think they usually do get addressed relatively promptly. When we saw 1.1, within like 4 or 5 days, when they dropped the 1.1 patch where it was like Lumber Tools Apocalypse, I think they dropped it on like a Thursday and then they fixed it the next Monday or something like this, which, you know, includes the weekend. And then you have like a lot of stuff in here, which is urgent. A lot of people complain about it, but it's actually not a big deal. And for everyone complaining about it, there might be someone who is fine with the way things are, but it's just not talking about it, right? And I think these are like the distractions. I think like lack of control, not getting deleted was kind of a distraction. I didn't think it was really that important. A lot of money gets deleted in multiple places, and then the economy got sped up as a result. I think a lot of stuff in here gets too much attention. In terms of dev time and attention. And that there's a lot of responsiveness to forums, and stuff like that. I don't think the money... I think that it's like... I think that it's a slight improvement that the estates now get the money, or that the money doesn't get deleted, but I didn't think it was a fundamental priority. I think that there are systems that should get redesigned, and redesign is hard, and it takes a while, but that it is something that's important, but it's not urgent. Right? I think that there's like a pile of complaints, and they like addressing the pile of complaints, but like the real aspect of making the game a better game is like making it feel like the estates are agents, and making Parliament more interesting. That's in here. Retweaking colonization so your colonies have, like, they feel like proper colonies. They feel like something that is overseas and not just an event spam, like resource stuff. That's a redesign. And then stuff like this doesn't really get much attention. It's whatever. Stuff that's neither important nor urgent. But okay. It's, by the way, scrolling on social media is also, like, in terms of, like, IRL, the way of thinking about stuff, that's stuff that's urgent. It pulls on your brain, but it's really fundamentally, like, not important. And so, you know. Can't expand in Europe, better colonize, baby. So just got here, how do you get a CV without a stab hit? Playing in Brabant and your Parliament CV still have a stab hit? You have 2 good relations with the target. Insult the target and it'll get a little bit easier. You can't disguise a spreadsheet by putting it in paint. Stream needs an age limit, not like this, he caught me. Hey Joe Pro, how's it going? Didn't you buy a tablet and pen thing to draw with, or is that gone? I have it, but I have to, like, set it up. And I wasn't planning on talking about it too much. Rating features in video game terms of brokenness, importance, and urgency with a spreadsheet video when? Just 2 columns, we need more things. The thing that worries me is that we see them fix problems with obvious kludges, like the combined arms bonus, the solution to the AI spamming chili. Yeah, but they're like, that's because they see everything. I mean, I feel like stuff is seen as being urgent and must fix immediately, and so the solutions often aren't as elegant as I would like. But fundamentally, like, whenever you change the game, you also, like, disrupt the entire thing. And so, like, the change has to be better than the disruption. Spreadsheet for people who it's 22 plus. When you have X trade profit in the market, how much is actual profit will you realize? Proportionate to your crown power. We get 25% of the trade value. But I thought about making a video on this. Like, I think that that's like the perfect way to capture the way the design feels right now. Is that they like only focus on urgent things, it feels like. Or if they are focused on other things, they don't do a very good job of telling us that they are focused on other things. I'm 31 and I work with spreadsheets. I'm confused by your take on tender age below 38. What should I do? Quit your job immediately. Tell your boss that this is causing generational trauma. Do you think Paradox achieved monetary goals with the sales of the game, considering the last player base being even lower now than EU4? I don't think that the player base being lower than EU4 right now is, like, cataclysmic. I think it's probably not ideal, but, I think that they, EU5 is not like EU4 too, but I think it's starting to move more in that direction, so I don't know. Peasant enfranchisement was not urgent? Yes. This is kind of what I mean. I don't think it was urgent, and it could have been part of a different system as well. We were not winning that. We were not winning that Merc on Merc violence. We'll win this Merc on Merc violence here, though. Just kidding. Wow. Alright. Was not expecting to lose that. To be fair, our Mercs had gotten kind of run down. Oh, I'm all sniffly. You hate to see it. Maximum contract length. We're not gonna mix in, like, look at how many pops we're getting a month, right? When we conscript and then we punt to 1k stack, we're losing 2 months of pop growth. And we want to have a lot of pops. We want to be a large and prosperous nation, so that's the reason we're not turning the levies right now. Like, Mercs, like, even if Mercs are, like, exactly the same in terms of cost as regulars, they're still better, because you get to, like, not have your pops die. You get some other idiot to die for your country. Looks like we're getting our cores here. Let's consolidate, split. Not like that. That's naval range. Oh, what am I doing? Shift split. There we go. But I've been thinking about this for some time, is because I feel that it's like you guys want us to play nice with H, right? I feel some kind of way. Merc lives, in fact, do not matter. Hey, Elio. Welcome to the stream. What if there was a prosperity investment slider like cost to court? I'm not sure I like that. I feel like prosperity should have more things that it like leans on, but like should still maybe be like, I kind of like that it's an emergent effect of stuff. I just think you should have more agency on it. Satisfaction's a driver. I don't know, you can't stack it up to 100. Maybe that's a good thing. They took away the thing that was really allowing you to stack like a quarter of it. I'd prefer that to no options besides eating content. Yeah, I think that I would want to see, like, play patterns cause it, but, like, I don't know exactly how. Thoughts on the new Toll Castle building? Are they worth investing in early, or just wait until rich? Toll Castle's probably alright. But just from the perspective of, I forget what category they're in. They're probably only good for, hey, this is rural. And I just met you. So give me some burgers. Something, call me maybe, type of thing. If that makes sense. You just want the burgers. Main idea. You think you should add demands on the market in order for mercenaries to be available? No, I think they have their own equipment. I think that while they're fighting, maybe they should demand goods. Like the mercs in here should maybe demand goods, but I'm not entirely sure that they don't. I'm not entirely sure whether or not the maintenance is in there. I don't know how that works. Can you show off the size of the coalition against you? This, but a big part of the blob can't coalition us for another few years. They like have 10 years. And then by that time they will not be so mad. Chat has decided that they want us to play nice as well. So if we're gonna play nice, I think this is what we're taking. Just the binking the 30 in tag for now. It was close though. Like the other option is we like just full annex these two guys and we're just like, which I think is stronger. Like we're playing a little bit of a slower game, but because I think we can fight the entirety of the HRE with mercs at this point. But we'll go for the slightly more passive play. We don't really need to drag this out that much longer. We probably shouldn't have even hired the additional mercs from Portugal. So we'll release Loon, and then we'll give Loon that location because we want them to have at least 2 locations. And then eventually they'll get claims on Brabant, and we will be able to go for Brabant for cheaper. That nukes the coalition. A new coalition will probably come about. How much are we paying on Merc maintenance? 42. Or do you have like no army maintenance currently? I think we are backsliding naval, so we do want to make sure we lower our maintenance whatever possible. I want all the burgers. Me too, I'm kind of hungry. If prosperity was pushable, you'd do it always. Yeah, you just like, the prosperity is not interesting to engage with because you just take all the prosperity you can get. It doesn't feel like a decision, it just feels like you have to. What about player numbers? Half the Paradox Forum sees the game as doomed. I have early Vic 3 vibes. Yeah, but Vicky 3 wasn't doomed, right? Vicky 3 is doing great. I don't know, people are like super freaking negative. Honestly, like, I'm shocked at just like how negative people are, like, about it. Like, it's one thing to, like, dislike it, but people, like, are, like, super doomery about it, and I'm just like... Bro, this is crazy. Yeah, I don't know. The like, even the people who are, like, frustrated, like, I think the, like, level of frustration doesn't justify, like, the, like, level of negativity. I think, systems like development and prosperity were more prominent in EU4 compared to EU5. In EU4, it's easier to push and focus on these things, and you get more immediate results. Yeah, you click the button and the number goes up, whereas here, it's like an equilibrium system. Like, prosperity is really good, but you also don't get value. Like, it doesn't pay off in an immediate sense. This is also, like, maybe a reason why some of these things didn't need to get nerfed, just because, like, it doesn't give you dev immediately. It just takes a long time, but eventually you get it. I think we're developing Hanuet now. Yeah. This is also 6 locations. This is only 5. But not as farmland dense as these two. Considering you get manpower so hard early, it's very unrealistic for me that you could hire 100,000 mercs without any constraints. It's the constraints are just the money, baby. I don't know, getting an additional 5% max tax was a vibe this patch from everyone. That's like quite a bit more. The base value I think was 25%? Or sorry, the base value was 30%, but often it would only be like 25 because power decreases it. And now it's 35%. I don't know, I think they sped up the economy, but people struggle with the game start with the forts. Look, even the AI deletes most of the forts, man. Does harbor capacity affect trade range? I don't think it affects range, no. I'm not 100% sure. I think it likes going through better harbors, so it must affect it in some way, I guess. Like, if you do this, and you click on a market, it will prefer going through, like, better harbor capacity areas. If I recall correctly. If you have, like, an inland market. Vic 3 is a good game, but I'm worried about player numbers on Vic 3. You have... EU5 cannibalized, I think, a lot of Vic 3 players. Like, a lot of Vic 3 players were in it for the economy, and they think that EU5's economy is interesting enough. Doomers should have to post their stream hours. Yeah, kind of something like this. I don't know. Like, someone who plays... It's like... It's not that... It's complicated. Or it is complicated, it's not that it's complicated. It is complicated because, like, I think that people with, like, hundreds of hours can have, like, legitimate complaints, but also when you have hundreds of hours... Or, here's the thing, is, like, I think some people would be like, oh, bro, you have 1,000 hours, how can you complain about the game? This is nonsense. And then some people will be like, bro, you have 5 hours, you don't understand the game. And when that's the same bro, maybe you need to have a little bit more nuance on what you're saying, you know? Like, these people can definitely have opinion, but it's a certain type of opinion, right? For, like, the regulars. And, like, the hyper-regulars, like, in theory, there should probably be some sort of off-ramp to mods, or, like, potential to evaluate the game through the lens of, okay, well, we can play modded as well. Like, I am not vocal about auto-expand not being in the game, even though it should be, because there's, like, a mod for it, and I can just, like, use the mod. We could maybe dev the capital province. This is okay. This is already all above 30, so we're hitting the breakpoint for book consumption. A lot of people remember Imperator, Johan's last game, and he led from the start. I think those people around, resemblances kind of uncanny, not all, but for some. Yeah, I mean, I imagine that that can be pretty stressful for Johan, because, like, he has that reference experience of stuff tanking, and I think that that's to the extent that, let's jump back to to the extent that stuff that is seen as urgent but is not important gets focused on, I think a driver of that is probably Imperator, where there's maybe a feeling that everything needs to be fixed immediately. EU5's bigger than Imperator, though? Yeah, I mean, I don't think they're gonna axe the franchise. Especially because they had a bunch of, like, other side projects. They axed all the side projects. There's, like, nothing left to axe. The fact that forts give noble power makes them so bad, like, why? I think it's maybe reasonable simulation. Can we upgrade anything to city? No, we can't. We do have a lot of granaries on auto expand, though. We've got to keep an eye on the masonry price, but we do have that on auto expand as well. What's our pop map mode look like? Gross. I don't think we're urbanizing this. So we could do this. This will help out the bog iron smelters. I don't think we have that many bog iron smelters, but we could start to get more. I think that this is that not a wetland? I guess it's not. We do have this on auto expand, producing the more expensive iron. So there's, like, actually a good chunk of iron in the Netherlands as a consequence of this. One day only having birch will cause them to maybe turn on you, but that has a lot of things to work out at first. Yeah. Oh, we maybe shouldn't have had it on auto extend. I think just 120 months and not auto extending is maybe the way to go with Mercs. If I'm understanding it correctly. Forts at the start is so weird. I'm doing a France run instantly, deleted all the forts in Paris. It's not an option, and you have to. Yeah, so before release, before the now times, forts didn't really cost maintenance. And one of the issues this created is the AI spammed the bejesus out of forts. They built forts freaking everywhere. Forts as far as the eye could see. And a lot of players really hated that. Or like the content creators who had early access to the game. So part of how they made it so that there was less forts, because they put maintenance on it, right? Because it was actually intelligent to spam the bejesus out of forts because they had functionally no maintenance. Or very, very low maintenance. And so, like, the thing, a lot of people are like, you shouldn't have to delete forts, and it's like, okay, what's the proposition here exactly in terms of a solution? And it might be that a system is required. A systematic overhaul is required to make forts at game start feel good. In particular, I think that the upfront cost for forts should be incredibly high, and that forts should maybe be like maintained by the nobility and built by the nobility, and that forts should be like living structures that get upgraded and you know, have a bit more qualities on them, and like, I don't want to say like an RPG where like the fort has equipment, but something like that. And that the upfront cost of something like a fort should just be enormous. And that's the way in which they get limited. And so they're assets that kind of stay over time, and you wouldn't want to delete them. But as long as you have forts costing, you know, like 200 gold, which is the way that they have the costs of all the buildings of the game. The building's either a cheap building or it's an expensive building, and then it's multiplied by like the age multiplier, where the age multiplier is in age 1 it's 5100, and then every age after that it's going to double. And so an age 1 building that's an expensive age 1 building will be 100 ducats, or is it 5200? It might be 50 and 200. Yeah. And then if it's a cheap building it's 50 or whatever, and it gets multiplied. And so like the forts are just an expensive age 2 building or whatever, or age 1 building, the castle rather. Stockade is a age 2 building, so the forts just cost at base 200. Our base cost, or our cost, is a lot cheaper because we have decreases from various things, right? But at base is 200, and maybe cost should be more variable than that. That would involve a redesign of the way stuff is costed in game, right? Just in its entirety. And forts would be one of the beneficiaries of that. Damnum, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. But instead we have like the solution where forts just get really expensive to maintain to prevent the fort apocalypse. The fort apocalypse is so much worse than the delete fort meta. So, you know, I feel like governors should be rebellious sometimes. Yeah, and they should be loyal perhaps to a particular estate. Governors and colonies, there should be some like gameplay around those things, I think. That would be interesting, but that would be like a system redesign. I'm more on the disappointed side than the doomer side. I played 300 hours more of, let's Spire, because I played 90 euros for an unfinished product, which I had faith on. Played 90 hours out of spite. Yeah, well, I mean, I think that relative to CK3 and Vic3, that it's like more complete. I just think that it's not like, there's more systems, the systems interlock, it's just not, it doesn't have like, I kind of don't like drawing the comparison, but Vic3 is very elegant. Like the pieces interlock quite well. Now there's not a lot of pieces, a lot of things just don't get represented in Vic3, and that's maybe like a different type of issue, but it's very elegant the way that it works. Do we want to eat 14 stab for some communalism? I don't think so. Can't we also just... Can we push that right now, even? I don't think we got a bunch of... Yeah, we didn't get a bunch of individualism change. We could push it back, some of it. Following through on England. On Aragon. I think England's really kind of the person we want to fight. I don't think we want to eat the stab hit right now, though. Maybe it's okay. So we kind of don't like them having a foothold down here, and we would really love to have Aquitaine ourselves. Love to somehow have Bordeaux and Aquitaine. I guess that the only way to do that is to transfer Aquitaine and to take Bordeaux. And this is for Quinine. For where? Quinine. I like that we have to fight for Jersey. I don't think we have a big enough navy to fight there. But maybe that's part of the problem. Gotta do everything in multiples of 5s. Those are the rules. I don't make them up. Except I do. So let's go for some heavies before our age 1 stuff. Some long-term planning here. Are you gonna stay Catholic? No, we're gonna go like the historical route. I know EU5's economy system doesn't hold a candle to Vic3, but yeah, it's more complicated, but it's not. There's like more moving parts, but there's a lot more dead ends, like where you just delete the money and it doesn't make sense. Whereas Vic3, everything's like connected. I think people have many thousands of hours in EU4 across many years since that. It's the same with the CK3 bit. When CK3 came out bit, it was quite a bit wound back from CK2. Do you recommend using trading at automation at all? It's not so much worse than doing it yourself. I think you could get more value doing it yourself. I think you just do it where you like, you trade more for strategic reasons actively. You could see we are letting the automation take the wheel for us. But I think we could do a little bit better. Mainly we would be exporting more fine cloth generally, and we might even do that, but the AI is still liking to export a lot of fine cloth for us, because we have an advantage in fine cloth, and so we're pushing it. Like if we look at this, fine cloth, one of the better things. Specifically in places where we have dyes. EU5 is your first 4X game that drew me in. I've logged 350 hours, which is a big commitment. I've thoroughly enjoyed the game and see a bunch of potential. I see a bunch of potential too. I just think that like some stuff needs like overhaul. And I feel like I would rather see just like sit downs and overhauls and then like adjacent stuff fixed with it rather than like the whack-a-mole, it feels like. How much are you spending on granary maintenance? Oh, we're like so close to indifferent. So like how much we're spending, it's also not going to be a lot. 2 ducats. Granaries effectively are giving you pop growth, right? Like, it's like not close in terms of, look, we're getting 0.27% pop growth here. Granaries are just like, you have to have really high population for granaries to be bad, I think, now. They were a little bit marginal before, but they've gotten literally like twice as good. Or you have to not be able to produce enough food to cover stuff, but we have some breadbasket locations going on. I think we might keep this wool rural, so in that case, let's add a farming village on auto-expand as well to help with the food. Eventually, we run into food issues with the Bruges market, but, like, having all these farmlands, like, from the North France in the market, at least right now, is going to be helping us. There's a mod to get rid of the... Is there a mod to get rid of the connected capital requirement for dev? The stuff you were suggesting? It makes some countries unplayable? I don't know, but... If you find one and you're on the Discord, please just at me and tell me about it, because I want to play Maja Pahit. I don't want to play Maja Pahit in a world where I don't get the dev bonus for the roads. So, I hate how vassals terrorize the markets. Me too. I wish I could just tell them, I wish I could turn on a setting where they would just pick whatever gives them the most market access, or just have a slight bias towards joining. my market, but instead, like, you look, there's 87 to join this, and, like, bro, it's, they will tolerate minus, like, 45% market access or whatever. Like, relative to Paris, that's, like, so much. I would just rather them not be in the market. There should at least be a way to mass delete forts. I mean, if you go through the UI like this, you just, like, can hit the minus and, like, the next one floats to the top, so I think that there actually is a pretty good way to do it. Oh, my spacebar is not pausing the game. Feels bad, man. When I, like, scroll down... Let's see. I think we wanted to dev province. On Antwerp. Trying to bring stuff up to the 30 breakpoint because then they'll consume books. Forts are so bad in the game, like a million times worse than EU4. They were already bad there. Super unfun to just roll the dice. Yeah, I mean, I would not hate a redesign of the military system of forts. Someone suggested that they just should slow you down. It feels like the way in which wars are resolved, like, forts are just the fundamental hinge for the game in terms of the military, so it would involve a rethinking of how things work. Currently, it, like, works like how, you know, EU4 works, I think, roughly speaking. To urbanize maybe some of this. Alright, we can do this now. We don't know how in-demand horses are gonna get yet when we flip back Aristo, because we can't flip back Aristo until this union dies. She needs to die. She needs to go. She's reasonably good, though. Just make forts require manpower? This is something I suggested. Forts should give a small amount of control like the bailiffs. It should be mutually exclusive with the bailiffs, though. It may be only in rural areas. I don't like the idea that you could stack it. But I suggested that they consume manpower. I suggested bailiffs do, I think. Let's actually build a bailiffs in areas where we know we're not likely to urbanize it. Something like that maybe is okay. Mark says Playground, thank you for the Prime subscription and the follow-up. Much appreciated, my guy. In the current patch, does the garrison fort actually come out of the population? I think it does. I'm not 100% sure. The way, like, soldiers die is, like, it feels like it's pulled from a random location. So, I'm not 100% sure who dies when the fort bros die. I like there to be a trade composition preset so I could just press one button and send all the goods to the new colony in one click. That would be nice. I've seen you always going for spiritualist. Isn't maxing better maxing humanist? No. The Ganish, thank you for the Prime subscription. Much appreciated. We do have a hype train, which always makes me feel both appreciated and some kind of way about the exploitative practices about Twitch, or of Twitch. Because the idea is to give you FOMO, so you go into your mom's, like, what is it, purse, and take out the wallet and be like, I must continue generalist hype train. It's an exploitative thing to try and get you to spend more money than you otherwise would. So I get mixed feelings. Thank you so very much, though, guys, for the support. Where's the Discord link? It should be in the description. Right now with Fort Spam, I almost never seen AI troops finish any siege. They just always move troops or die of attrition. Yeah, like, the way war score is decided, I think, is maybe to some extent the issue. Like, nations should view themselves as having a capacity to fight, and once that capacity gets exhausted, they should be pretty willing to peace out. And instead it's driven almost entirely by force and occupation rather than ability to continue. And the problem is ability to continue is way less straightforward, and so that'd be way more hard to design. Horse building is good, actually, so I always urbanize horses in areas I can build it. Yeah, the fact that you can build it everywhere is, like, a bit of a vibe. I haven't messed about with it too much because I haven't necessarily felt the need. I thought, was it rural only? It's not rural only. Yeah, we could probably urbanize the horses. Especially, it's in a place that has dyes, so it's going to be good for... Also, the food apocalypse is a little bit less. I don't think I like the change where now you don't get... I like the penalty for urbanization on food. In the current patch, you can click the ungarrison button right before an army arrives and beat 3 to 4k armies with ease. Ungarrison? What do you mean? You mean assaults? I would like different types of fortifications from keeps to castles. This is kind of what I mean by like an RPG like thing for forts. They should be like, there should be like a lot of variation there. There was historically a lot of variation. And that could also be a driver of costs being dynamic. It is nice us getting the additional speed from that. You also lose pops when you upgrade ships because the game registers you as repairing ships and you lose sailors. Oh, interesting. Should I wait for hotfixes? No. I don't think there's going to be anything hot. I see a hotfix not being like a forthcoming thing. I don't think that I think that the release is fine. Like the hotfixes came all in the beta. Yeah, I wish they saw -100% 100% prosperity and -3.5% pop growth in all their provinces and said, yeah, I'm done here. Yeah, so maybe this should be part of the equation, right? That, like, bro, when your prosperity gets absolutely nuked from war, then you're like, I've had enough of this. Because this only requires you be sieged, not that the sieges are actually successful. Like, because if you have literally every location in their country under siege, they should just give up. Like, if they have no army and everything is under siege simultaneously, they should be done. Like, because there's no way that they win there, right? That's the only way that they win is if someone else joins. Like, have a small army on a fort invading a bigger army, and when they arrive, you just ungarrison the garrison and join the fighting army. Can you do that? I didn't realize you could sally forth. What? Isn't new ships generally more sailors, and that's where the pops are filling? Like how new army units do? I'm not 100% sure what I don't think it's only when you lose sailors that you lose the pops, except that what this person's saying with the upgrade, it's counting you as having lost the sailors, so it kills the pops, I guess. They have 5 heavies. Yeah, if we're decking on them for this, they need a bit more. That's coming on up. Let's annex Holland here as well. Okay, upgrading ships does take you to 1%. Yes. Are you in the HRE? No, I couldn't join because there's been a power struggle for forever with no emperor in sight. So our capital's in the HRE, but we can't join. We cannot request to join because there's no one to request, which is a little bit annoying. But I guess to some degree it's okay. We're gonna fill the requirements soon to become a kingdom. I don't know if we can join the HRE as a kingdom. We do have our auto expands going, so you can kind of see what we're building here. So if you need pops to repair, then I bet it does consume pops. I hadn't thought about that. Yeah, it's an interesting idea. There's a lot of quirky things like that. Is it faster? Or are we tracing through? I mean, I think the stone gets urbanized eventually. I guess more urban locations is more... There's more granaries. It does require more and more food to support a higher amount of granaries, but it's like not well represented a player. Oh, they improved it. You can see the food decay. So the more storage we have, the more food we're going to need to combat the decay. Which is why these might stay rural. Just to produce food. 50k is a lot of pops, though. This is not as many. You also get a ton of storage from the farming villages too. Another journalist stream? It must be my birthday. 3 in a row. So you just do affect the AI's willingness to peace out. The problem is, not a lot though, it's mainly occupation. The main driver. You're saying it's war goal, occupation, and war length? Yeah, these are 2 of the bigger ones. I mean, like, if your ability to conduct the war has just been completely neutralized, you should just give up. Treaty system from Vic 3 would be great in EU5. I know to go awfully with how many countries there are. I'm not sure. I don't like the Diplo play system. I don't know exactly what you're suggesting. I think we were saving this for next age. Maybe gotta try and play a little bit faster. I still have a truce. A lot of these guys can't join a coalition against us for like another 5 to 10 years. We now don't. We now just kind of want crown characters. So I'm starting as Ethiopia and I'm realizing that all the locations are mountainy or desert. Yeah, it is a rough time, but you have some nice bonuses for that rough time. I'm not sure I like building that urban. Thinking about downgrading some of Picardy's stuff. This will be a very nice bread basket though once this finishes. Very nice for us indeed. Any tips to avoid the Castilian Civil War? I don't know exactly what the triggers are. You could go in the game files and see exactly what the triggers are. If I knew the triggers, I would be able to probably come up with something. Not the Diplosay system, the treaty system where they added a bunch of nations trading stuff, provinces, money, etc. Oh, that I would put as super low priority. X-Wave X or X-Wave W, thank you for the follow. I put that low priority because, like, that's, like, super hard to balance. That's a can of worms. Remember on release, they would do the most absurd things. You could just buy, like, there were a bunch of, like, they were really bad about a bunch of stuff. You could buy, like, a bunch of, opium from England and then ship it to China for, like, free, basically. Oh, I don't think we want this. Maybe we'll just leave it there. We don't want that. Oop. But that is on a river and is one of our few river 8 food places, so we will do that there. I think we downgraded their copper. Their copper was urban before. I think we're okay with this being urban because it's got decent harbor capacity. Maybe we're not, though. Definitely okay with this, though. Do we have a cannon maker yet? I don't think we have cannon maker tech. Do we have cores on everything? Yeah, we do. Spectacular. It's very nice because some of this is in the Paris market, which means now we can steal the market from them. I think this guy's probably also low Franconian enough. Or will be by the time we finish annexing them. For us to get cores everywhere. And moving the market capital from Paris to over here is kind of okay. Guy's a little better converted. Yeah, some of these guys are converting up pretty nicely. I mean, this is probably the next annexation after Holland. Improve relations there. England has 5 carracks. Go up to 10. I think we still have just 2 provinces. Yeah, only 2 provinces to care about. This province and this province. Eastern Channel Province, the Sea Provinces, and Holland Coastal Sea. So maybe you do a bridge check. General infrastructure. We don't mind giving dev to our subjects at all. For whatever reason, the clergy doesn't really, I think, build temples as much as it should. That should be like its bread and butter. How are we doing on masonry? Masonry price is coming up now. Looking over the resources we have, I think we do want to make sure we get the sawmill down here. Sawmill is still urban locked. In the thing they said you could build it anywhere, but the thing lied. Yeah. So we can only build it in urban locations, but rural locations where we have built up lumber. Like, if we keep this rural, we're going to want a sawmill here because we have, you know, quite a bit of this action. I think we have lumber mill potential, yeah. Something like that. Do you have counting houses everywhere? We did. We've built more everywhere though, so probably not anymore, yeah. Do you want to pay for it before the masonry goes up? Not sure about here though. We might de-urbanize this. The fact that it dies, big factor. Dyes you can produce, though. We don't have any alum in the immediate vicinity, but there's some alum over here. Sawmill can only be built in rural locations with forests or woods. You sure it can't be built in farmlands and tropical, too? Starting as a Cilia run, would you make your big brain Hargan market is worth rushing early or more of a late game move? Well, I think it's probably worth early. If you can. Like if you have Hargan. Early on it might make more sense just to plop it down in a Donna though. You might just put it down in a Donna and eventually move it. The thing is from Hargan, like a Donna will have decent access. And if you have enough marketplaces, I think you can get to 100. Yeah, some big brain moves. No sawmills on farmlands, he says. We press X to doubt. Would you de-urbanize Tarnarvo as Bulgaria dies on farmland? Probably not. The farmland is a different... Oh, but it's Hill's farmland. I don't know. The farmland is like, I've de-urbanized Niani and it felt awful relative to just urbanizing it. Part of that's slave raiding though. Being able to really kind of make use of a big chunk of the local pop cap because you're slave raiding for it into it. The thing is you don't want an Omega... You don't want to end up with like 80k pops in Tarnarvo. And then like it's still rural. I think you have low enough pops that maybe de-urbanizing it is fine. I don't know. It's kind of tough though. Can you guys hear the wind outside? Not that there's anything I can do about it, but I'm just wondering if you guys can hear it. We'll build this here for now. Because I don't know if we want to upgrade the clay. Clay's kind of nice. It's actually close enough to the market center though that maybe it's gratuitous. We just upgrade. Yeah. It's also in a province that has dyes in it. Let's do this. Where's my snare? We have a decent price on this. We do. I was wrong, you can't build a sawmill on farmland? Yeah. It's anywhere where you can build a lumber mill. The lumber mill you can build on farmland. So... Well, I think that's the rule. Or any rural location. It's still rural confined, though. So... Like this farmland, wetland... I think this gets to be rural for us forever. Maybe not, though. Like, we're not really utilizing it that well yet. In terms of pop growth, keeping the foodstuff rural, like, also is kind of interesting, because the farming villages, like... In terms of number on the cap, this is the equivalent of 4 granaries. 4 is the cap here, so you will get like more pop growth out of the like rural food things. I think we urbanize this though. Scales trumps loud room IMO. Yeah. Do be loud outside. A lot of all this auto expand going up. We have quite a bit to go on this war with France. Oh, that's a new one. I think we're into this, and this is a war goal that's easier for us to achieve. Oh, we get to disrupt their 100-year war. Does make it impossible for us to occupy our war goal, though. That's kind of obnoxious. Actually, that's really obnoxious. I didn't think this through. Guess we're occupying Brittany. And just clipping armies. But France is not gonna... France is gonna take our war goal, I think. Grab this. Nope, we can't grab that. We know what the solution is here. It's not very elegant, but we know what the solution is. Castile Civil War is connected to Alfonso being ruler or regent. It's if you achieve less than 15 stability and 40 legitimacy. I guess just avoid that, yeah. The solution is pure memes, dude. Another player has entered the game in this 100 Years War. We're gonna just deck into both these guys at the same time, I think. It's a Royal Rumble. As soon as the truce is up, we deck on France so we can get our war goal. A little absurd, but okay. We could dev the interior intentionally fail. Sponsor a mercantile cabinet. Isn't this even any good outside the push towards Pluto? Pop promotion scheme. I think we dev interior or fail. We also just queued up so many buildings. We probably should have waited for our parliament. Oh well. Do have to fail this. Who do we maybe want? Oh, CB on. Okay. We might as well. Add some. Can't really win those naval battles against England until we finish our massive things. We might even have to fight on an additional front, because I think that our truce with the coalition, or our anti-coalition thing, is going to end soon. That's a lot of money. Who are the biggest guys? I guess the Hessians are kind of big. These guys are kind of big. This is so stupid. Got any culture mod stacking cooks like your Armenia Hormuz development recipe? Well, you get 0.002 from Hanuit alone, because Hanuit has a cultural one and a tech one. 100-year three-way? Let's go, baby. I mean, we're living the dream here. Who won the 100 Years' War? Netherlands. As a French, I'm offended. Release your subject in France right now or there will be consequences. Is Pluto even worth it anymore? It's good because you get to flip Republic. That's the only reason we want Pluto. I think we turned off the Merc auto. Let's auto renew again. God, this is so silly. We're just gonna clip this guy's wings. Everybody loses here. You get a loss, you get a loss. Everyone, you lose is the 100 Years' War. Hey, Field Medic. I'm disappointed to see some blue on the map, my bad. I apologize. This isn't a front. That blue offends me. Cloak it from my sight. Alright. and we might get coalitioned up here. But okay, we should be ticking on them. Gonna push towards naval there. We have 9 heavies. Where's our last heavy? Can we build 10? I think we could do this now. Looks like they went and lost themselves a battle against England. Let's free this guy, actually, while we're down here. I'm just kidding. Would you say this is a Republic patch or a Theocracy patch? It's actually a little bit tough, so... The main draw of Theocracy, I think, is actually just an exploitative play pattern, which is that you can force every single ruler of yours to have architectural visionary. And that's pretty good. Other than that, Republic looks better, but... it's not that close. They really nerfed some of the best stuff that you had access to. Like the scaling clergyman. Let's cut this in half. Let's send the 5k stack up, actually. Oh, they are the stack that's going up. Alright. Let's grab this. A third player has entered. The 100 Years Thunderdome. This is so derpy. Hey guys, mind if I butt in? Gonna go well in the Copper Province. Alright, we're gonna check our Age of 1 stuff. We want to research. I think eventually we do usually get the construction speed, so we'll just get it now. Hold me now. I'm 6, baby. I'm construction speed. Alright, we actually have some amount of stone. We're gonna go art school because we've lost our mind. And we're gonna RP a little bit and pay for art a little bit. We don't have any of that production yet, so can't ignore. Don't really need any of this unit tech. The armory maybe is correct section chances, maybe okay. We'll skip over this for now. Legislative efficiency is a meme. Construction speed's kind of okay, but Navy initiative is relevant. Army morale is good. Initiative's not very important. The Mountain Toll Castle too. Days Volt will be good eventually. Kind of probably the text we need. Alright, this is the naval battle to end the naval battles, we hope. I do think we... What's he got? The naval battles is like kind of just in general difficult to parse. I think we have more heavies than him. Looks like we're winning. Let's repair in Bruges. Do want to get Bordeaux taken. Let's grab this. Oh, me now. There we go. I think we're gonna run out of food there. That's spectacular. Let's... I think we have an opinion bonus because we're at the same war with them. So maybe some of that wasn't any good. But we're gonna need quite a bit of speed to not starve out our mercs. Although if we starve out our mercs, I guess that's really kind of not our problem. Shouldn't we have more prestige from fighting England and France at the same time? I feel like we should. Development being a one-way slow drip doesn't really make any sense. You could actually lose development if you get negative prosperity. It just, in practice, it just doesn't happen, but... There we go. He's trying to siege France or French territory, and then he just gets randomly clipped by the menace of the Netherlands. He's like, "Uncle, I didn't mean it. I'm not trying to fight you." Stranger danger. It's just beautiful because we can just siege and unsiege everything. Go do your own thing, guys. Aspiring higher cabinet advisor is so unfun. That's true. Almost want to vibe code a mod, but I'm sure they're gonna nerf it before 1.2. I feel like if I make a video on something, it often gets nerfed, and I've made a video on it, so... I mean, theocracy is like... They nerfed, like, the thing for theocracy that, like, made sense, and they didn't nerf the thing that didn't make sense, which is that they didn't have disasters. And so you don't have to pay for the government power. But, like, the thing that, like, made sense for theocracy was, like, the scaling... That there would be a lot more clergymen. Like, because they had the scaling clergy thing, but now they don't have it. Okay. Truce is up. Coalition's open. I think we're supposed to start another war here. Because we want to use our cheaper CB on Brabant, so we don't want them to deck us. I suppose we could wait for Brabant to join the coalition, but they're going to join the coalition. This way we will get to juggle break the coalition. And then, I think there's a decent chance we want to take, the Colne market. So we have a location that we could maybe move it to. Or we could annex that location. Everything with the HRE. It's just going to be very expensive to move the Colne market away. But we don't need to co-belligerate them if we're stealing the market. Just this is... We need like a location here. I guess we'll co-belligerate welders at the very least. Then Orleans. This should be enough to fight these guys. Like, actually it should just be just disgustingly overkill, but... We're probably overpaying for Merc maintenance. Yeah, we are. I think we will let the... If one of these Mercs, or if half these Mercs go away, that's kind of okay, I think. And then our maintenance will decrease as these guys die, of course. But we can split them up. It's already like double what the enemy has. And now everyone joins the coalition, but we've already decked into the coalition leaders, so the coalition will get bricked when we get a peace. That. Where'd this guy come for that? Do sawmills increase lumber output from buildings as well? Yes. So they affect the lumber mills. That's why you can build them now, where you can build lumber mills. Slow drip doesn't make sense. There's no really development pulses based on tech age breakthroughs. Interesting. How much tag do we get if we take this? A whole lot. Dag nabbit. We just want to move their market away. We could take this and then later take the market from them in the next war, and then move the market down south. Maybe we just take coal and we delete the market and then we release a subject. Maybe it's really that simple. Could also take most of, like, I mean, I think we want Holland and Brabant in, like, this region. I'm so tempted to turn and burn here, chat, but it just means we have to fight the HRE forever. The HRE just uber hates us if we do this. How do you pin those goods? Come into the resource map. You hover this. You click this. You star that. It's pinned. Can you form Burgundy out of Luxembourg? I don't think so. I don't really know though. If Burgundy is formable or how that works exactly. Poor France. The worst timeline for them, truly. Parliament gives dev, it gives like half as much as it used to because they fixed the bug where it was giving double, which wasn't WAD. Wish our ruler could die already. Guess we take this first, and then I think there's enough food. Or we have tried this before and it kind of worked before. Okay. Do we get return? I'm not used to the return thing. I forget where it is. There we go. We can return a bunch of stuff to France. No. We want to return stuff to Anjou. Wow, we really can't just return. We have to take the entire province. I think Anjou doesn't have claims on that lower portion, do they? Yeah, they don't. We could return this to France. Just to not eat the end tag, like the plus 30, and then we could grab this. And transfer Aquitaine so we get all their juicy cores. I mean, this is exactly what we want. It's a lot to ask for, though. We are ticking. Don't have too many battles. I think we'll just take over their siege here. Gonna go for a naval governor in the Mediterranean for early cotton access. Could. Also kind of want to deck on this guy for, I think, using the naval governor here. I think if we start another war right now, though, our brain will implode. There's too many wars. Thank you. Why did we get another marriage union? Son of a bitch. Why is it not bricking? We can't do anything because it's not even a regular personal union. How do we get rid of this? Dog. I think the most qualified peasant is often a good choice. Don't really have a good one. We'll do this guy because he's older. We'll get a reroll. Oh, now it's a regular union. Okay. That we can work with. It's fine, France usually just bullies everyone else. I was seeing a couple people complain about France the other day. That's the story. That's it. No, but like, and like have a bit of a discussion of whether or not France should be able to bully the HRE, like, on a historical basis. It's kind of interesting. We have 3 years to deck on Denmark with our temporary CBs, so do have to keep that in mind. We can ferry 6k troops. Do you have any David ships? Okay. Those will get a nice little repair. Oh, here we go. England lands with a decent sized force. What is this mostly, though? Peasants. Or levies. So we should be able to beat that. Okay, what can we do here? Dotrecht. Do we want this urban? Maybe not. It's on a river. Urban's fine. Amsterdam. Livestock with an adjacency to a lake so we can breadbasket it. I think we do not want this urban. Which, that's like the anti-RP. De-urbanizing that, but it do be what it is. Something like that, just looking around, seeing if we can turn anything into a city. Looks like we can't. Oh wow, that's a big stack. Would be a shame if you lost that at sea. Crazy. We might not win this actually. Long movement are kind of nasty. Oh, that was a merc stack. That's 6k. Oh. Hmm. Yeah, that's like a merch stack. Can we just keep chasing you down or something, please? These are levies. Not exactly looking to get them into a fight. We're gonna take a chunk of Galray. We not shift click? Alright. I think he could do better than we're doing here, unfortunately. I hope this guy's not disloyal. No, he's not. Cool. So he's about to get occupado. I think we're gonna finally take from France, like, this stuff. We're gonna unpocket him. Debucketed is the proper term. It's a medical term. France's in-game events for free claims 4-year window in the mid-17th century in some HRE provinces that have conditions. Interesting. Do you think quality is better than quantity now? No. I think frontage is so good. I think in a world where you're not needing to fill the fronts is a world in which you do not need to click the merc button enough to fill the fronts because the enemy is too weak, and in that type of world you're kind of indifferent. But if it ever is to matter, It matters, like, very specifically for, like... Like, if it ever is to matter, you care that you have more. And if it, like, if... Yeah, I don't know. We could completely fill frontage right now, if we wanted to. Frontage is 10, we could merc up, like, 3 or 4 more times. And completely fill this, so... I think that will renew the mercs, though. Don't want to do this. We're winning this, right? Yeah. Shoot. I didn't hire them for 12 years. 10 years. Damn it. Well, to be fair, maybe we don't have this, like, super long thing. What is this about? Oh, we picked the wrong navy. Shoot, dude. Brussels has been sieged. Let's get after them with our newly merked up army. Might have to land England soon. Actually, after this, maybe. Do they have a lot of troops? No. They do not. Wait, what is this? Castile? Castile's also fighting France? Jesus Christ, poor France. This is like nonsense, honestly. Insane. Okay, we already grabbed that. Whoops. Coalition's still somewhat small. We might not be able to take what we actually should make sure that we kind of have the sieges we want to get what we want, because Castile coming up here, that's annoying, because then we won't be able to get what we want from them. Unless... Unless we deck on Castile. If we deck on Castile, we can occupy France again. You can debucket someone, is that allowed? Unfortunately it is. It should be a crime. What is the tulip times for the Netherlands? I'm not sure. What do you think the solution to Mercs is? To be fair, it's not necessarily like a crazy play pattern. Okay. So it doesn't... How should I put this? Yeah, it's not that crazy a play pattern, just the AI needs to do it better. And then the AI needs to also eco better. The problem is you get like a really fat edge on the AI, and then like as a from a simulation perspective, I don't think that is bad. God, I wish these guys would stop doing this. The system where they automatically do that is so frustrating. Okay. France is toasted. Try to keep an eye on this, because the limited amount of time we have to declare war on Sweden. This is what we want. But you know, now that we've landed England proper, maybe we want so much more. Maybe they should have just capitulated earlier. It did. We had a thing. Where's that thing go? Okay. I mean, I kind of think we want London. We can start taking the southern coast, though. We absolutely positively want to transfer Aquitaine. At the very least. But maybe we don't want... This is an amount of antagonism where we won't have to deal with them in a coalition, really. Maybe we should choose violence, though. I think returning... This will brick our CV. Which is maybe fine, but I don't think we want to use that as the primary CV, like, ever, because it's obnoxious. Alright. Release Northumbria after that, out of that. Cornwall out of that. And then we have another return. Point two. Yeah, we do. So this is what we want, I think. Which sets us up to have them not in a coalition against us, but us to be able to deck them. Oh, we get so much antagonism from France, even though we're returning a piece of territory to them. That's crazy. That's crazy work. But we want to occupy also some of the, or swap on over some of the occupations that England has on them, on France, over to us. So that's going to be a little bit of a task. It means that maybe we want to finish off France first. Here. So we are going to have to start with returning a bunch of stuff to Toulouse, basically, and Champagne. But not everything, because we want to maintain some ability to... Or we're going to have Aquitaine stuff. So this is maybe what we go for. Type of thing. I could have sworn there was other stuff in here. Maybe we just annexed them. Maybe we just take Artois out of the picture. And then this is most of the war score. I think we still want to have someone to feed some of this stuff over to. So maybe we do not. Artois is just such a nasty border gore thing, but it gives us so much antagonism with the Germans. But we're about to eat the antagonism with the Germans anyways, so let's think through like this. And then we need some of this territory over here with which to feed. We need to grab some of this stuff. Okay. So we're gonna come down here and grab that stuff. No, don't be a merc army. It's like a merc army, it looks like. Not our precious pops. Terrible. Feels bad, man. Oh well. You wanted Bordeaux? Yes, but that we're getting from England, right? You have battles with more than 30k men on your side this run? I haven't been watching. No, we don't. If not, I'd argue French is kind of irrelevant. Well, we don't, not because we can't, but because it's unnecessary. We can have armies that big. Can we speedrun this-ish? Hopefully we can speedrun it because we've had this marriage union for a while. Mercs are crazy. You shouldn't be knocking out France, England coalition considering Castile too in 1417 starting as an OPM. What do you mean? What do you mean this is crazy and absurd? I don't understand. What do you mean it's IMBA? Looks balanced to me. No, like, they probably could have just done either decreasing cost by 1/6 or fixing the fact that the discounts didn't apply. Instead they did both. So now they're like 5% the cost they used to be. What do you mean it's IMPA? This is slanderous. This is, absurdity of this nature will not stand. This is, clearly a just and justifiable representation of I don't know what you mean. This is heresy and propaganda of the lowliest low. That's just, what do you mean? Like, I don't know. It's crazy. What do you mean we shouldn't get it all? I mean, like, it's not necessarily, the problems is not necessarily with mercs, it's that the AI doesn't understand how to do it. Like, historically, like, you fought mercs a lot in this period, but yeah, the fact that the AI can't do anything about it is an issue. They merc up too, but like, I don't know, the ball gets rolling very quickly, and it becomes very much about eco. Alright, so... let's do something like that. It's a ridiculous suggestion. Alright, I think we just want to take that. Your theory is not borne out in fact, good sir. Seems like an eco problem was combined now, having convert thousands of ducats into mercs. Yeah. Coping for 3 minutes straight. Coping? Coping with the truth? that this is no ridiculousness that we can fight all of Europe simultaneously at this point in the game. Starting as a subject, no less. I challenge you, sir, on your tomfoolery. You understand not the consequences of your action. Very suspicious. Alright, 2 fractured is coming from somewhere. Where is it? Surely it's not this. They shouldn't... Oh, whatever. They care about 2 fractured when they're getting, like, their capital annexed. It's kind of weird. Oh, this down here is what we care about? Where's the fracturing, dog? Is the fracturing in the room with us? What is this? Okay, I guess we'll start from scratch. Okay. Don't like that. Fair. It was here. Okay. At this point, I think we're gonna stop taking money from them. This also gives us hella antagonism, but... Oh, you hate that too. And that, I assume? No, not that. Don't like that. Got it. Don't like that one. Won't like that one. Oh, hate that. Hate it with all your might. Yeah, okay. But we're debucketing him, but he doesn't recognize he's being debucketed. He thinks he's... okay. He thinks he cares about some things that he shouldn't. Maybe we do take money from this guy. How much money can we take? It's still a decent chunk of money. I don't think he makes money after this, but... I guess we could do this. The HRE will hate this. HRE kind of already hates all of it. Just not the big boys in the HRE. We want progress. Peace in our time. Wait, what? Now France can deal with England and the rest. Let's just get rid of those guys. Now they can deal with England and the rest. Alright. This is a peace deal we want from England currently. What if we take max... What does taking money from England look like? Pretty good as well. Give it up, good sir. You're finished. I think Lynn's the better province to take here. Does he have eyes chat? I don't. 100 years of war kill your region, the rest of the game is city skylines. If a game were back in time, this is how he play it out for sure. Yeah, this is just knowledge of, you know, the past manifested. What do you mean to say that this isn't all reasonable, chat? It's called fracture maxing, look it up. Big true, my bad. You're so right, bestie. It's called fracture maxing, look it up, sweetie. Big true. Poor France, man. Just getting run over by Castile and everyone. Yeah, we get a couple extra joiners. Brittany's huge. I guess we want Maine as a subject considering what we can peel off of Brittany with that. Next time we fight France and England at the same time, we'll do that. You're Swiss cheesing France? Come on. We debucketed on this war. I don't know where their capital went to, though. We, like, unswiss cheesed them. You're still monarchy? What went wrong, my guy? This. You can't swap when you're in a union. Ungores your borders, yeah. We steal some art from London, we call that justice. Nuremberg has some issues with us. That's crazy, dog. Not even 100% peace deal, man. Nobody big is in the coalition that we're not currently fighting. What is this? Shay. Do you have anyone you can release that will have cores? No. So this is cheap on the antagonism. Anything else is insane. You can't release anyone big either. I mean, I guess they're bigger than super small. We could go for that in our peace deal. Release the historic subject that will have a claim on Luxembourg so that we can deck on Luxembourg. Not generate too much antagonism with the HRE guys. And then kind of be in okay shape. Rosdiz, thank you for the follow. While 1.1 improved coalitions against aggressive AI, it needs to fix AI military cooperation to make them effective. Yeah, they kind of just get clipped. See 50,000 troops shredded against France with a bunch of 500 2K troop HRE members. Yeah, this is another... they don't coordinate very well. Or they coordinate too well. You know, like they stack on each other too much or not enough. Should vassalize France once they're small enough? Yeah. Why Republic? Only formless expenses and sliders? Yeah, you get to kill your slider expense. Also, trade is really valuable these days. So maybe we do one more rotation where we don't take... Actually, then, let's not return this, so we can do another war with them. No releasables from them. And we'll be able to deck into Brabant again. Or Luxembourg, either one. We will gain CBs from. Jesus. ZS3000, thank you for the resub. Much appreciated, my guy. I think this is what we're into. So let's go for this. Actually, let's wait until we finish this other war, because we don't want to randomly spike a whole bunch of HRE antag until we're about ready to wrap up. And then we could do our maintenance thing. Jesus. Ingor, thank you for the resub, the prime resub. Much startled, much excited. Can you not divorce? Oh, maybe we could divorce. You got to make them enter a war against you. Unless there's clear game advantage to security as a union, you won't be able to integrate. Later, I would avoid it completely. Yeah, we did not intentionally create this union. What? They're occupying us. That doesn't seem right. That does not seem correct. Alright, I think we do this. And then I think we do this. And then we have some housekeeping stuff to do. And then next war we could actually take Colne stuff and maybe not. Do that, create. Alright, and then for this guy, for Toulouse, we will feed some of these other guys back territory. And then create subject. So I guess we'll give him that province from Toulouse. Or a portion of it? We do want this to have at least 2 locations. So we'll give them that. Okay. We get a historical subject here. And a historical one here. I think we're considerably over on our Diplo limit as well. I'm not that far over. We do want to start annexing this guy though. And this guy too. Okay. This guy. We could give that guy Paris. The Bruges market wasn't super messing up. The main idea is the integration is we want to get them off of Francian. Could also maybe accept Francian. I think it's a really expensive acceptance, but maybe it makes a lot of sense. 1.6. We could tolerate it for now and then accept it. That makes all of this integration much easier. I think we just hold on to Paris market, don't integrate it, and then shift it over here after we annex one of those guys. Yeah, that's gonna be how we handle that actually. Alright, cool. Thought our way through that. Do that, and then Champagne will give the location over, so it's at least 2 locations, which we care about. Artois is too big. It would have some of our locations that are not cord. Doing this so they can integrate this ish for us. And then we hold on to Paris because it is the market and it cleans things up, and we hold on to... Why did it do it like that, dude? I thought we had it set where we were taking Aquitaine and transferring him. Maybe we messed up. That's unfortunate. I guess we could take a piece of Castile and then transfer it in something like this. Not exactly the way we wanted it. You get rid of the Union by putting the crown character on a boat? Not if we have the same heir, we can't. You are correct. In the previous time, we could not get rid of the Union before because we have the same heir. We couldn't get rid of the Union because we had a woman in charge. Got quite a few marks. Don't think we need this many. We'll do that. Let's bring it to them. No forts, too. Makes sense. Not how the game starts, though. So, like, when the AI deletes their forts, too, because they have a brain, like... Yeah. People are upset in the comment section about the forts. I think they're a little bit overly upset, but... doesn't make zero sense either. Do we even have naval range out here? Kinda. Alright. Oops, did we upset everyone? No, it's fine. We bricked a coalition, so they're just rejoining. That's what happened. What a mad Chad. We have the war goal. What do you mean we have negative stuff? I feel like you undervalue prestige. It both speeds up antagonism decay and Diplo rep reduces the new antagonism too. It's pretty cheap. Maybe. We should be humiliating a little bit more aggressively. Probably. Especially with these small guys. Crown power looks very bad, no? Still a little bad. It's gonna get solved next stage. But yes. We have some issues with the crown power. But what's this? They actually have an army? I mean, in that case, maybe we come here. I do want to pay a little bit for art, though, because I just want to accumulate some art for the memes. I guess we haven't gotten the tech for it yet. Yeah, we haven't gotten art school's tech yet. Pope said nah, just kidding. That's fair. Pope man doesn't like us very much. Well, that's gonna be crushing on the Navy. Yeah. Maybe we just keep clipping the Navy. Getting a bunch of fishing boats. As far as I understand, we can upgrade those to transports, but that's probably not even what we're interested in. Yeah, we don't want anything too crazy here. I feel like we're not asking for a lot. Let's come back this way. It's nobody big. Big people we're trying to keep out. What changed about forts? Nothing changed. People are just like, the fact that like in the opening salvo you have to like do something about it now, like more consistently than you did before. Like you deleted forts at game start before, I don't know, but like people can't make a balanced budget without deleting all the forts basically now, and I think they're upset. But it's like, it's not even every nation, but it has to do with the economic changes, because the economic changes, if you have, like, if you have low average control, they're, like, really punishing, and, like, places like Castile start with low average control, so you have to, like, delete all the forts. But, like, you were supposed to delete all the forts before? I don't know. Like, but this is, like, I feel like the type of solution people would suggest just doesn't work, which is like, hey, make the forts cost less, and then the AI spams the bejesus out of forts, and then people are like, oh my god, this is a fort apocalypse, there's forts everywhere, it's terrible. Because that's what it was before release. Forts were basically like free to maintain before release, and so many of the content creators like got super uppity about the amount of forts that they had to go through in wars. They're like, there's too many forts, and so they're like, okay, we'll put maintenance on the forts. Alright. How many guys is this even really? Maybe we want the 10k here, actually. We're just looking to like white piece the coalition. Because we're still trying to juggle them down a little bit. Here. I think we could do like something like this. And have the AI play that for us. That'll give us a bunch of war score. Then we can bring our attention back. We could detach like one unit just to reoccupy this. Sweden's got a lot of their troops down here. So it's not gonna deal with up here, I guess. Actually, some of these guys have 2-year contracts. We maybe don't want to renew those. I think we want just 10-year contracts in general. And we can ensure that by not auto-renewing. Let's bring those guys back together, though. From Denmark. So we just want to do this, but then this. If we win that, we do not. Should be able to bring this army over though. Actually, let's deal with this first. Just kidding, we didn't mean it. We were like waiting for us there. That should be a bunch of conscripts that we're clipping. And we should be able to grab this. These guys can take those guys out. Fortino Decay, thank you for the resub. Much appreciated, my guy. For 6 months. You can join a chivalric order. Thank you. Well, I was told by someone it actually bricked us having heirs, though. Like kids. But there was a trade-off. Buttons aren't working. There we go. So if we did get anything, it would be the you don't coalition us for 80 years or whatever thing. We could also... no, we can't separate peace, guys. The dissolve coalition. I guess the thing we value most is probably the prestige. If we're just taking prestige versus taking money. Just kidding, they don't feel that. Alright. Now I think we'll come back. Come to the mercs. Fuse. Split. Take the 11k stack, come back. And go for the war goal in Sweden. We'll even split this and head that guy over. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I think just a little bit. And I'll be into that. The humiliation. And then do this in the capital, balance the budget, very nice. It's not one we want to do over that. We would like to pass it. Not really using levies. Feels pretty good. We'll try and send them on a goose chase. And take Copenhagen. I think it's... we don't have much from battles and blockades. Do steal some art. Our favorite. Shout out to Great Britain. Do have the Wargle now. Go after Lund too. Owning the market wouldn't be terrible, but let's catch up on chat a little bit. Somewhat pretty good. It's not worth the investment. The impact of our quality is very little. Yeah, it's just the fact of getting prestige. What's the new meta army composition with the combined arms change? It's probably like you use professionals to make it so that you try and get as much combined arms as possible. I think that infantry is a little bit better, but with a really low degree of confidence. So I think you just go with as much infantry as you can and then get combined arms on everything else. Just remember that you have light infantry and heavy infantry, so... And I think you need at least 10% of something to get combined arms, so it's 10% heavy cav, 10% light cav, 10% supply units, and then from there, it's a mix of however much artillery you want for utility purposes and the rest just infantry. But making sure that you get a mix of the two infantries. Boho eating over there? Boho is eating. He's getting some cake. Shout out to Boho. There we go, that works. Should be able to clip this guy as well. I think he's not going to be super into giving this up just yet. Where are you going, buddy? It's going nowhere. I'm trying to think how badly we want the land market. We also want this for the Schleswig release. This will cause antagonism in the HRE, unfortunately, that second province. And the other one gives them the heebie-jeebies. It's too fractured. We could go for the risky OPM Schleswig. Yeah, let's just do that. If we lose it, it's not a big deal. I think we'll just not bother with the fort. And now we'll put it on enough for us to gain enough inflation by like next parliament. Maybe we should just go for this. It's only a little bit more time, I think, because I think we just occupy a few things and none of it's forted. Manpower, what's that good for? What'd that do? Journalists, how do I undo a boo-boo? I'm in a revolution age and I have too many vassals and the highest. Release some of the vassals. Actually, there's something that's easier for you to do earlier, is you could delete, like, all their urbanization. Whoa. We got bopped. So we could catch up with chat a little bit. Had kind of more crashes this patch than any of the other beta patches. Kind of weird. This is like our 3rd or 4th crash on this run. I think there's also a memory leak issue, but I don't think it's that big a one. But yeah, if you delete a lot of urbanization, that'll get rid of a lot of their power, so that's one way of handling it. You also want them to conscript up and fight, because as they lose levies, they lose a big chunk of that power relative to Overlord modifier. And so, don't be afraid of just letting people run them over. Just make sure that they don't get occupied. Solution is to make everything start with a capital fort and nothing else. That is a solution, yeah. The forts themselves cause bugs and issues with their zone of control of not being able to get supply or not being able to retreat. Yeah, the not being able to, like, walk back to your own territory is, like, one of the more frustrating things. Sending Generalist my blood pressure medication, please. A little bit depressed. I think Fruit RGO deserves to be at least C rank in the video because you can build farming villages there. But like it's nowhere near as good as Sturdy Grains. Sturdy Grains is like 25% more food. Right? And Sturdy Grains is just barely in C tier. I think I almost universally like urbanizing it versus using it to build farming villages as well. Like, I don't know. Like, usually you're looking to urbanize food. Farming villages are good though, but I just think it just doesn't do enough. Is there a mod that betters performance? Yeah, Faster Universalis is pretty good. I think it doesn't interfere with the underlying stuff very much either. Oops. Womp. This maybe a little bit careless here. Being sloppy. Just trying to, when like the game crashes, I just like want to get back to where we were like as quickly as possible. It's probably just a leak. I mean, it's obviously just a leak, but. That needs crazy work, bro. Look Okay, we'll get on the other side of them so that we can just walk back to our territory. That, and then I think we have way too many transports. We separate out all the fishing boats specifically. Just delete all those. See what we can do there. And Zealand will be real nice to annex, so we'll probably kind of emphasize it a little bit. See what we're doing here, or how we're doing. I think for these guys we can enforce culture. Bueller? They just haven't gotten much of the conversion done. Fair. Yeah, and then our plan was to annex this, and then once we annex this, to move the market off of Paris and then feed Paris to that guy. Perfect. Okay. I think we're in relatively chill mode now. Have you built polders in your subjects? I have. London's the sound tool? No, the sound tool's in... Like, it's deceptive. It's right here, I think. Yeah. Helsingor. But we're just letting them integrate it. Is there a point to be said about the serfdom with the noble satisfaction where it provides local control? Well, it would provide... You care more about free subjects from the perspective of local control because satisfaction is based on average satisfaction. We're not even doing that hot. And so, since it's based on average satisfaction, the satisfaction of the peasants is a lot more important. Are you trying to say that from a satisfaction perspective, we like pushing free subjects? I think free subjects and serfdom are actually relatively close. I can't play because I don't have enough VRAM on my PC. I can't get past 20 FPS. Why does this game need 6 gigabytes of VRAM? I don't know. I don't have the answers, why. You haven't crashed once in 1.1? Maybe it's also because we're doing some funky stuff. I don't know. Wow, we're making so much money. What is this? 92 off Diplo. Oh. Forgot to rake this back down. That should be good. Set us up for next parliament. Also looks like a more reasonable amount of money for us to be making here. Current state of subjects, or our expansion. Not getting antagonism for return is interesting. Protected harbor is gonna be nice. We have a couple of these that are almost up. I think we're going to, yeah, just let them lapse. What's our truce with these guys look like? Oh, we might have actually bricked all of our CBs. Oh, we have Aquitaine. Aquitaine has a bunch of cores, yeah. Jesus, France. Something's gone horribly wrong with them. Far over are we on? We're so far over on this. Yeah. We gotta annex subjects, I think. Nobles give a control bonus on satisfaction. It's not a control bonus you care about because it's just like how quickly it ramps up. You don't spend most of your time ramping up. It affects the monthly change. So here it went up a little bit, like 1 to 3 months for this like 0.5 control. It doesn't matter that much. But yeah, or that's the literacy, the nobles. Our noble satisfaction's exactly equilibrium here. They give monthly prestige and counter-espionage. It's the literacy that gives extra control. But like, it's just like, it's not that big a deal. Let's do this. Frankian Patriots. Oh, I guess just Paris only? Yeah. Not a very good artist. He gets what he deserves. So, 1k of our mercs are gone. How much are we paying for mercs? Kind of a big chunk. Dip spending, by far the most expensive thing. We don't need to be paying for stab. I think we'll pay to just maintain, but we were planning on... We want to flip Republic soon, but that's what we need the stab for. But we have too many subjects now, so we might just be in chill mode. I don't know if some of these... I think we have to keep declaring on France, though. They made us do it. If we stop declaring on them... Issues... Oh, maybe this is a reason to urbanize Amsterdam. Because it has good harbor. I don't know, I kind of like turning it into a breadbasket though. We don't need this one. And to do the irrigation on auto-expand. Because often this area kind of has food problems anyways. Alright, down here. Do what it means. I think because it's... We'll tolerate that because it's farmland, flatland. Staying urban. Yikes. I guess it's nice we're getting this. In a hot second. I don't think we want this urbanized though, so we'll just kick it down a peg. Maybe we do value wool more than wheat. I think I put wool ahead of wheat ahead of wool in the tier list, but I regret de-urbanizing that actually. Because I think we value... Actually, no. Proximity comes through this. Location, I think. Maybe it'll come through Tancarville. If it comes through Tancarville, it'll go through Rowan, though. Yeah, with the new proximity, I think it probably goes through Tancarville. So maybe this is okay. Either way, we want a market village. Or not either way. What? Holy UI, Batman. Alright. They might also get pulled into our market rather than our subjects. See, we don't have a bias towards our own market in the same way our subjects have a bias towards our market. I don't think Normandy's culture converted well enough. This guy doesn't like us enough. Let's get on that. Oh, what are we doing here? Okay. Create a new unit. What? Okay. I think roughly speaking, we want 20 or so cogs. So we'll do that. I think right now, since we just splitting it in half is super straightforward for us. Reduce inflation a few months. Well, we want to be able to roll the parliament. I mean, in theory, we should uber micro it so that we have like exactly 1.75 inflation as soon as we hit the parliament. So we should just keep it uber low until like some amount of months before the parliament where we do this. But I don't have the patience for that level of micro. You know, every 6 months of truce after 3 years is equivalent to 25 war score cost. I knew the war score cost scales it. Is harbor capacity equally valuable in reducing proximity costs as going into as leaving a port? You're losing sailors? Oh, we are losing sailors. I think we have docks we can build. Make sure we have roads everywhere for the dev reasons. For reasons of development. So, Polder's only overcoming a small portion of the wetlands mallows. Polder's maybe should just be stronger. I think we're okay with letting that lapse. That'll be good. These guys aren't even big, so there'll be a quick annex. They're just 2 locations. See if we can do another annexation. That makes sense. It's still kind of converting a little bit. So maybe we can't, but maybe we can enforce culture. Can't wait for us to flip off Christian. Are you losing sailors because of reinforcements? I don't think they're reinforcing right now, so they're not in port. So we need to get those docks. Do a little bit of an infrastructure check. Actually, when's our parliament? Not soon. Okay. If it was soon... if it was soon, then we might care about that from the perspective of we can roll the parliament that'll decrease the costs. So... the granary's going. We have like plenty of cash. So like something you can't like buy later is kind of like pops, and this lets us buy pops in essence. Okay. This is also where we have dyes. But haymakers, die makers, spinners goods look profitable. This doesn't have very good industries. Put paper makers in here. Let's also see what the scriptoriums are earning. These. We'll do more regular spinners here. Carpenters is a rough one. I don't think we're ready to build carpentry. We're not ready to be hurt again like that. Let's make sure we have... Actually, can we build the river toll thing? Do we have that yet? Right, it has to be on a river. So this means maybe we don't need the market village. We build a river toll castle instead. I'm not sure what we're doing with these yet, if we're upgrading them, but if we're not... then I think that kind of works. I think Giscors was a place we wanted the market in the past. Or we liked Giscors before. I guess that's where we'll move it to when the annexation finishes. Isn't this high dev? We have pretty good control here. Do a little bit better though. Do lumber in here. So this is going to be a good place to produce the dyes. Which we had seen as something that was expensive earlier. The leak to urbanize high control locations under 20 dev. It depends. Generally higher control, it makes you like want to urbanize more though. Isn't culture converting not overly immersion breaking? It feels unnatural, you have to accept it as game cost. I mean, I'm not trying to be maximally RP. If I was, we wouldn't have done this. You figure out what trade companies do? Not a lot. I think they're just kind of broken. I think you should just regard them as kind of being broken. They, like, don't get the tech for building their own buildings, and then, like, they don't build their own buildings, basically. I forget the exact reason. Like, it's that they, like, culture flip, or they don't culture flip, or something like this. But in any case, like, they functionally just never get off the ground. So, you should just ignore them. Which is a bummer, because it's, like, it's annoying to try and check trade companies, because you have to do a relatively deep run to try and check the mechanic, but... I think technically we could form Great Britain as well. Which maybe is something we could do. How long on this? Once this pips, I think we'll start annexing them, but also move up the chain. Not the culture group we want. Oh, they are. We can't accept that. We will then. They are the tri-culture group. Actually, maybe like an argument for us flipping to their culture then. Kind of cute one. Because then we can accept everything easier. Huh. Oh wait, they're down here. Just kidding. Whoops, they do have to be good relations with us. Alright, please don't roll a military trait. Son of a bitch. Wait, he can have 1 and 1? That's very interesting. Oh, someone told me to do this forever ago. Yeah, we want the administrative one. I kind of don't like just randomly spiking 15. I do think that makes so we can't have more kids, but we're kind of keen on that anyway. We're flipping Republic, so we can actually push quantity. What? That'll help us with the crown power. How many times have you made it to the end date? Never. I've actually never made it to the final age, even. At the time, I didn't get there for performance reasons, and I haven't had much reason to go there. Otherwise, the runs just feel super over after the first 100 to 150 years, generally. Like, what are we doing here? We're getting closer to colonizing, I guess. That was kind of what we were trying to do. We just got bogged down in a ton of wars. Maybe we should just try and play nice with people. But I do think we have avoided, like, guaranteeing, like, perma-coalition situation. It's not going to pay for a little bit more of this. But, like, generally, like, yeah, runs tend to feel over. You always forget the artists? I do. How do you get global trade routes going? Multiple colonies in a market, or maintain the land yourself? Generally, colonies are better. Unless you're Iberian. God, still waiting on annexing this guy, actually. Basically. Kind of expensive for gifts. On the right market for us to do that. Is this even the right playlist? Oh, I hope I have not been playing copyright popped. No, I haven't. A little over on the masonry. I'm gonna set these two to auto expand because they're in yet another province that has stone, so. What truce look like with them? I don't think they deck us anymore. I think they're like, you know what, just kidding. I didn't mean it. I think we did culture convert these guys. Yeah. I found a way to peacefully vassalize people. Yeah, you have to... It doesn't work if you have, a lot of, pops, though. You can deck on these guys before they deck on us. It's called a defensive war, sweetie. Are we supposed to do this just to truce juggle them? Take a chunk of Gelders too. If you're interested. Let's just co-belligerate them. We really just went into the HRE, but literally the entire game they have been in a power struggle. Which I think is so frustrating. Just perma power struggle. No one can, yeah. You have more than 4 kids if you can put up with the cost of divorce. Sucks that most viewers like the normal difficulty. On very hard, the AI gets compensated for being bad. It's not necessarily a likes the thing, it's just that they are inferring that you are playing on normal difficulty, and also like the strategies for normal versus other stuff is just like different in terms of watching. How are you meant to be dealing with the Andalusia CB as Morocco now that they buddy up with Portugal? Mercs? Just another throw Mercs at, yeah, it is just another throw Mercs at its situation. Looking at our location wealth here. Like when in doubt, mark it out kind of thing. We saw paper as something we could build more of. Let's build some close to the capital. Have you thought about playing in Polynesia? We would need a mod for making it so the roads, like, overseas didn't break development, because right now I think it's super miserable because of that. Let's try and speed things up a bit. Try colonizing for the rest of the game and pop trade max. Yeah, just set some sort of, like, we're not taking more than this stuff type of thing. Like Wallonia, Brabant, Holland, Friesland only from other guys, and then maybe we just like Champagne to Poitou, and down here is all we take. We could release Toulouse and just be like, you know what, just kidding, we didn't mean it. I think this coalition's starting to get big, so we're gonna just break it up. Because otherwise I think we're gonna get decked on. And actually, if it's really big like this, we can humiliate a bunch of these boys. Forgot to co-CB welders. Now we can separate CB them. $21 and tag. I think we want this for border gore reasons though. Maybe we don't need it right now. I really wanted... The coal market is just like so annoying. I guess we're kind of getting what we need right now though in terms of like lumber and iron and this type of stuff. Maybe we're okay. How much do they have in total, troops-wise? 9k, and that's with a lot of not mercs. Yeah, we should be fine doing some of this. I don't want you to attach to the army, I want you to go do stuff. Go be free. Adding Mercantilism of Generalists can't live without alongside loud honks outside and Sunni and slave raiding. Sunni's not even the best religion in the game. It's just way better than Catholic. Did we get antagonism somehow? Wait, where did we get antagonism? Why is everyone joining right now? I'm so confused. Do we generate antagonism by decking war in the HRE? Just by decking it? Hold up. We in truce break. What's going on? If we just, like, punted, like, 20 antagonism for no reason, then, like, that really lengthens the amount of time that everyone's gonna be mad at us. I'm so confused why everyone's joining now when they weren't joining before. Maybe it's a truce being up? Mercs of Africa or Malaria will strike again? I'm actually not sure if it matters where they come from. I think it might be where they spawn into. Is it better to take land and release historical vassals and get no negative opinion unless they changed it? It is better. Oh, you're saying it is better, yes. Wow, what the hell? Not gonna lie, maybe something's weird going on with some of our mods that are causing the game to be unstable. Maybe all of our truces just ended with all those people, and that's why they all joined against us. I don't think so. I think maybe decking into the HRE causes it. We're relaunching. A hot mod that makes demand of consumption goods like Vic3s. If cheaper, they consume instead. Food mainly just drops. Are you saying like there's substitute goods, or what are you saying? Definitely your mods. No crashes. Yeah, we can't give up auto expand though. If I can't do it, I won't do it. Yeah, it could be mods. We're using, I mean, if it's a mod, it's gonna be the auto expand mod, I would assume. The eco is a lot more clicking without that. Okay, did we... Okay, all the truces were just ending with those guys. This did not accrue us infamy. Fine, we're okay. Maybe the mod causes a memory leak, because it seems to be more of an issue the longer time goes on. If the price collapses, the pop's consumption of good will skyrocket. I don't know if I like that. That's not how... Vic3 doesn't do substitution. Like that. What are we at war with? Okay. We wanted prestige for something. I can't for the life of me remember now what we wanted it for. Oh, to change this. Am I cooked with this deal of meme spawns Pinterest? No, you'll still spread it. It just won't show on your... In the UI, it'll say it doesn't exist. But it's growing in a place... As long as you have universities, you're fine. And if you don't have universities, you might have bigger problems. Go with this. And then push innovative here. The Burger Mansions ones we don't like, they are. It's pretty good. Almost don't want to get notified for that stuff. It's like this could have been an email. America's Carpenters Guild and then Taylor's Guild in terms of profit rankings. I think we want all of this on Taylor's Guilds, but they already all are. Let's go every place in this province up here. I think we went on Taylor's Guilds. Gross. Get out of here, Hansa. Nobody likes you. God. Maybe we shouldn't try and juggle this down. We should just accept who we are. I didn't mean this for this to get so out of hand. It's just so hard for us to take the, like, the RP Netherlands land if it's in the HRE and we're not in the HRE and we couldn't join the HRE for forever and we still can't join the HRE. Kingdom rank? Can we? I think we need more prestige. Yeah, we need 50. This is part of why we decked this war, was for the prestige, for being able to do that. Occupy him a little bit more. Yikes. Did he win? No, he didn't. We also wanted to break the coalition before it became uber huge, so we'd like juggle half of it at a time. Don't want to flip back towards aristocracy. I don't remember if there's anything else we could do other than market access preference that is gonna make them like us a lot more. Maybe we could become emperor to join the empire. God, that seems crazy. That is crazy. So much of the Empire hates us. It's like absurd. Maybe that's how we should have done it. Just expand into France, build a power base. Join the thing. Is it bugged out now? No. Why do we have so much trend towards quantity? Yeah, our cabinet's not supposed to give 0.38. Like way too much. That's like plus 300% cabinet efficiency. So if the push is bugged right now, what would we want to push? Tried to push serfdom a little bit, we couldn't. Maybe we push cap economy? Maybe it's when you have your guides head of cabinet specifically. The whole production efficiency from local RGOs goes out the window when you become big enough. What? No, it doesn't. It just becomes more tedious. That's why the auto-expand mod's so important, is like, you only have to set the things up once. and then you never have to worry about it. Like, I'm trying to, like, look at some stuff to see if, hey, can we make some improvements? Can we, like, do some things? But you know, a lot of these things are just handling themselves. Just we've evaluated what we want. We've done stuff in terms of prioritization, but we don't have to, like, re-go through all the clicking again over and over and over all the time. Forever and ever. Blarus won't be mad at us. Maybe we can kind of figure this out. So there we go. There's kingdom for us. Oh, were you saying form kingdom rank to make it easier to become the elector for HRE? Because they care about that? Alright, we got what we kind of wanted out of this war, which was half breaking the coalition so we didn't have to fight the mega huge coalition. No, we can't bribe voter for what? The church? These guys are somewhat large. Eventually we want them to render on Schleswig that which is Schleswig's. I think we're also going to enforce culture on these guys relatively early, because I think our naval governor goes over here really nicely. Honestly, coming in soon. And I think we like Giscors. We also could have taken like Giscors and just held on to it and converted it ourselves or this type of thing, but now we're gonna get cores on all this. It's gonna feel nice. And I think we're gonna set up... The Giscors market does not have infinite masons like some of the other places we've put up. So doing this because it's a province with stone in it. so that we can get the production efficiency on the mason. On the masons. Don't want to do that quite yet. We are having a lumber issue here. We're pretty good because we get a bunch of extra throughput on that. So, Spinners Guild's kind of what we're into, and other than that, we have fiber crops. We're not annexing anyone. We're not, so maybe we want to get out of this war now. At this point. Let's humiliate Brabants. If we do anything for Luxembourg, we can do Luxembourg independently, yeah. We don't want to liberate them because our guy has claims on that anyway. Maybe this is just impossible for us to disentangle this amount of... stuff. Okay, yeah, we lost the war score. We can get it in a jiffy. Great power status is nice because now we can threaten for war. It's less nice because now we have to pay for... Well, that's an experience. How bad is the antagonism? 140. We're just not getting rid of this. We should have just annexed everyone. It's such a long wait. I guess it's we're not getting like Bohemian stuff into the coalition. But yeah, okay, this guy's now got a bunch of stuff that he's willing to France? Wait, what war is this? Okay, France we don't have a truce with anymore. I guess France can't declare a coalition war right now. This seems like just crazy by... yeah. They're going for it. Very suspect. That's probably a good example of the AI's bad at managing multiple armies altogether. Or maybe there needs to be a mechanic for that, because they're trying to reinforce the big stack. Also, they don't rethink as often as they should. And you get some of that. It's bribe voter in your union. Oh, you're so right. That makes sense. Oh, we didn't get to start another annexation either. Can we just white piece this-ish? I think it's like really... It's more than 3 times the effort to end the war via the like coalition, like breakup coalition thing. So we'd rather just do like a little thing where we slap around their army once and then white peace 3 times, I think. Wait, that's not... Okay, why? I don't know why that was humiliate Brabant before. They already got humiliated. But I think we can just do this. And now we have a truce with everybody again. I mean, eventually they'll come back down, but we're just like doing some sort of weird RP where we generated the antagonism and then we're not following through. Whereas we should have just not generated the antagonism, I guess. Yeah. Kind of weird. Just got Paris. Now that Paris isn't the markets. It's Gizgors. Antwerp might not even be the location for this. We might even want it further inland. I guess that's not the most expensive mistake ever. What are we doing here? Just super overshooting it. Decent proximity down here. 80. Yeah, it would make no sense for us to put a governor there. Kind of awkward. Would have been a reasonable place for our naval governor. Start annexing someone. See about enforcing culture as well. Just gonna improve relations with this guy as well. It will be solid annexes. Alright, 10 more years and we can enter the next stage. Can't have antagonism as nobody is there to hate you. Big true. The real solution. I mean, I guess I don't have a choice. How far are we off Empire? Oh, becoming kingdom is really nice for a diplocap. We're not over anymore. I think we can put our mercs back on auto renew because it's 10-year contract. Again. What are we even paying for that? 25. Here's the thing about mercs though. Is this money is just deleted. Your army maintenance money provides stimulus. This money doesn't. Maybe mercs actually economically are worse because they don't provide the same stimulus. They also don't kill your pops though. Unless they actually create demand. We have very little demand here. Aw. Camp Riot being in London is kind of funny. I think these 3 locations will put it on auto expand on the granary. We can also always delete down the granaries later. I'll expand the farming villages too here. I think we're gonna keep that rural. Maybe we want to decide with these ones. These ones don't really get any bonus. I think we decided that we wanted this to stay rural, but we're a little less sold on this staying rural because it's got so many pops. Just the sheer number of pops makes you want to upgrade it. And they don't migrate fast enough. Maybe they will leave actually better if we have a cathedral there. Embrace the military-industrial complex. I'm trying to, but the RP for it hurts. It hurts my soul. And you save text you need to research in the early ages. This is a pretty big one too. I actually really like that we don't get any build text. Also, we don't lose as much pops to mercs if we don't research these texts. We're gonna need slave centers anyways. Might as well research it. Hey Hamkits, how's it going? Mightified Netherlands? You mean, don't you mean Proto-France? But yeah, Netherlands. Rate my France 1 to 10, Ham. Is that a nice France, wood France again? Did we downgrade this? They upgraded it before we finished annexing them. It is farmland. I guess farmland is probably okay to have an urban. Okay, thanks to a paltry archer merc, I'm marching on Toledo as the Moroccans. We're able to carry off 6 figures of Portuguese and Castilians. Hell yeah, brother. Slave raiding is where it's at. Making a road for them because of dev reasons. $11. I feel like we get more negative prestige events when we have high prestige. They're trying to drag us down. Let's start believing in the military-industrial complex. You're in one. Yeah, I know. That's why it hurts so much. Not gonna lie, politics do be making me feel some kind of way about some things. Rethel's still... been an issue for preventing us from flipping Republic. I actually think it's... yeah, there we go. I was gonna say, I think it's worth it for us to just send him a gift. I think we'll be making so much more money. We lost our GP status, womp womp, whatever will we do? I forgot you could send a gift for favors. It's just like not a play pattern we've engaged in a lot recently. I guess we're gonna need 2 diplomats here to really move forward with what we want to do. So waiting on those diplomats. I wonder how coal squeezed we are. Not very by the looks of it. We're gonna auto-expand Tarkiln here, because we prefer the auto-queue not to be picking it up. I think it prefers stuff if it's profitable. Probably okay with this stuff being urbanized by Cayenne here. In our annexation. Alright, we have 2 diplomats. Send them a gift for improving the relations by like 10. Requirements not met. Bro, what is this? Don't worry guys, we just gotta hover that one sweet spot so we can see the requirements. Who's Rethel a subject of? Okay. Slave rating is so strong. Raided 2 million Muslim slaves so far. If you finish the Rise of the Turks event, you can raid, Muslim raid as a Christian state and use them for the janissary barracks. Yes, you can. I don't know. Slave raiding being specifically like, locked, behind like, or slaves, or using slaves in RGOs being locked behind religion, I think is not a very complete simulation. Slave raiding being specifically locked to North Africa, I think is also weird. I think that the mechanics could feel less arbitrary. Like, both of those feel like really arbitrary, I think. We'll rival France. I think we'll rival England. They're as threatening as we can get them. You could be Ottomans and ERE with the Rise of the Turks event. I mean, they both thought that they were claimants to the Roman Empire. Is this... No. I was asking myself if this was farmland. I guess we're just waiting for Parliament so we can fight Genoa. The annoying part is, I think if we get into a war with them, it bricks our thing anyways. So, like, we're not gonna get to annex these guys after, like, taking all this time, because we're gonna fight Geneva, we'll get in a war with them, this will break our personal union. Somehow I got the Demi estate as Catholic Verona. You built overseas a trade building, and it was in a place that had Demi, and then some of those Demi pops are now considered to be in your country. So you built a trade building in a Muslim area. How long until our next parliament? Do we have to fight France before then? We probably do. Wahoo. I think we have the is bigger modifier, yeah. Normandy's not really happy about converting that, I guess. Enjoy the nice privileges on both, yeah. Double the flavor. I mean, like, on almost every country, like, or like, the best Bohemia start is flipping into Ottomans, like, for most countries, you should just, like, enter the Rise of the Turks in a theoretical sense. It's just, like, I don't think anyone wants to see it repeatedly. I don't think we have any mountains. Do it in some of our subjects. It's kind of cute. It's probably unnecessary, but we kind of want those things deurbanized anyways, but not enough to pay for the gold to deurbanize them. Probably shouldn't have paid for the gold to build the mountain villages. I just wanted to build one because we hadn't built one before. We can deck on France right now. Ambitious. Truce with Liege is up. I mean, these guys are perma-red, but they're not in the coalition. Weird. How bad is our 300? Yeah, bro, we're never getting rid of this. I think I fudged the run. It's just... we were gonna like RP and try and play tallish Netherlands. We can't like rake back the antagonism at this point. I mean, we have to annex those guys, but the problem is annexing those guys will piss off the Germans more. We need to not eat as much antagonism by joining the HRE. Is there a good way to increase trade range before you get the Age of Renaissance tech? Not really. There's the one gov reform. You could try and move around the market a little bit to fiddle it into... like, sometimes if you move the market over a few squares, you can reach the market you're trying to reach, or this type of thing. Portugal time feels good, man. I mean, maybe. This just feels kind of bad. I think we would play Morocco into Spain, though, if we're gonna do that. I mean... it's not like the run's bricked, it's just the run is turning into... we annex France, England, Germany, and... it's not exactly what we wanted to do. I mean, it's not like bad. It's like better than not annexing them. The timeline is just like kind of a little accelerated. But yeah, like we could just wait for the Brabant truce to be up. The coalition gets uber huge by then. We deck on Brabants. I mean, we could try to improve relations with Liege too to keep them out of the coalition, but how are these guys? These guys are minus 54, so they're almost not coalition. Maybe we can rake this back. Just we can never do it with Liege, but these other guys actually aren't too bad. Maybe we can kind of behave and become emperor or something. I don't know. France is not in the coalition. It's like an important detail. Maybe we can fade the coalition, chat. They're gonna deck on us in just a second. Yeah, local markets are actively good, so we'll leave it. How do you make so much money? Which buildings are crucial? Dev is important. Not building too many buildings is important. Building stuff in the right spot is important. I have a video on it, like how to make money. It's kind of a long explanation. But okay, let's. One of the big ideas is like we take a look a big port junction. If we take a look at wealth, it's 84 wealth here, right? A majority of the wealth is produced by this building and this building. Both of these have inputs in the form of dyes, so it benefits there. And we also have really, really cheap cloth, so our margins are pretty nice. Do this math, not math? Yeah, okay. But if we build too much fine cloth, the price of it will get low. So it's important that we have like a strong overlap of control and market access where we are also trying to cash in and build a lot of these things. And also create a lot of demand, but big part of what we have going on is we have just massive production efficiency as well. The books get stimulated from like all the universities and libraries and stuff. That's why we're making so much money, but we have like the 5% here and then another Flemish cloth 10%. So that helps a lot because that just increases your output, doesn't increase your input. And then one of the inputs being cheap and giving us a lot, part of this is that we have a ton of prod efficiency here with Flemish cloth yet again. HRE Emperor, do you promise to be a good boy now, Generalist? I would promise. I would promise. I mean, a lot of these guys are not that interested in like a coalition forever, to be honest. So maybe we can make it work. We're about to get decked on though. I kind of want the additional taxes, so we're gonna piss off this guy over that. 400 ducats. I had a lot of fun in EU4 even for the first day, but I tried Sweden for the example on EU5, played 100 years, didn't have a lot of fun. Sweden is not a country I'd recommend for a beginner. It feels like quite a bit of waiting around if you're not super on top of what you're doing, know what you're doing. I mean, we want to flip Republic. This is going to let us flip Republic. Let's save first. I'm not 100% sure if this doesn't do something wonky. We are saving because we have a personal union with one of their subjects. I think that breaks our personal union. Yeah. God. Yeah. I think they're also part of the HRE, so we can't really take them very cheaply either. So annoying. But now we just get some random idiot as our king. Alright, but now we should be able to... Oh, we're not at peace. God damn it. Alright, let's do this. They're cool with the white peace. You know what? We don't really want Savoy anyways. We don't want the heat from the antagonism, and we just want to flip Republic. We were just kidding. Didn't mean it. Did not mean any of that. Alright, now we get to flip Republic here. Fantastic. How we drew it up. United Provinces of the Netherlands. Let's go, baby. We probably should have slotted in... Oh, I'm stupid. We should have slotted in... We could do Dutch Republic for the RP. It's so much worse than Merchant Republic, though. Dutch Republic should actually just be insane. And maybe we make a note here. Because it has to compete with Merchant Republic, because either one of these is going to be your slot. Loyalty of subjects plus 10's like decent, but like, bro, it's not 50% trade capacity, 25% trade income decent. Which countries would you suggest for a beginner? I played a lot of EU4 though. Something like Milan might be good. Someone big in Italy. A big Italian country. Naples, probably. Hungary. I actually have a video on top countries to learn EU5 on. I forget exactly who I said. I imagine my reasoning probably still works. Let's see if we can find that.
Enjoy over.
We can link it to the chat. But I will also just tell you, in case you don't want to watch the video, my conclusion was Hungary, Portugal. This was before you had really aggressive Castile. You want to make sure you rival whoever Castile rivals. England's still pretty solid. I don't know if I would recommend someone quite as big as England now. Just because you have to... Well, if you delete all your forts, you should be good. Milan was one of my recommended. Honorable mention was Vijayanagara. You just like get to like slap super hard as Vijayanagara, and then it's like I said, Ottomans is the #1. Ottomans is pretty nice. Actually, yeah, Ottomans, I think I do like that because Rise of the Turks kind of streamlines you a little bit and feels a little bit like a mission tree. Yeah. God, chat. I want to put Dutch Republican so bad, but it's so much worse than Merchant Republic. Portugal's bigger economy could be a bit rough in 1.1. Yeah, that's kind of what I think as well. So I'm not sure I would say Portugal. Like, if you really wanted to play a little bit more of a quiet game, though, and try and just figure out eco only and, like, play nice with Castile, like, Portugal could be okay, though. I'll try Naples. It looks solid. Yeah, Naples is quite strong. And you get, there are a lot of, there's a lot of situations in Italy, especially if you have play at a little bit of a slower pace. Like, the Italian wars won't pop if you're really, really strong. God, chat, what are we supposed to do? What are we supposed to do here? We'll put a pin in that. Okay. I do think we give out inherited offices. Monthly Republican tradition's kind of whatever. Having to give it up. And we're going to lose all of this because we're not going to pay for it, so we do want to put everything that we want in. I think we want to maintain... We definitely want to maintain clerical proceedings. And the other one was better, but maybe it's not as good as it was before, because you only get 5% tax efficiency, and you're net neutral. It's probably still worth it. It really makes us want to flip religion, though. And then I think we get a couple things here. The elite patronage for the trade ethic, I think, is kind of what we're into. But it also gives a little bit of Pluto. Pushing Aristo is super easy, though. We probably just don't need to worry about that. We're going to be pushing back Aristo, though. And then This is not something we need to pay for anymore. As a republic. You should buff Dutch Republic a bit, like 5% trade IFIC and 25% trade cap. Honestly, if it was just Merchant Republic and then you like lose the foreign build cost, and I think it should have trade income 25%. I think that's the biggest deal. And then if you nerfed some of this other stuff in exchange for heavy ship power, loyalty of subjects, and trade efficiency, that'd probably be okay. How do I approach all these country values, though? I always try and go for innovative, quality, capital economy. Well, quality's not good. Capital economy centralization, but I have no idea what I'm doing. Serfdom, free subjects. Decentralization's better, because expanding with subjects is better, but you don't have to expand with subjects, especially if you're just learning the game. It's kind of a little bit tedious. I don't know, if you're just learning the game, just play with vibes. Vibes is fine. In terms of which I think are best, it's decentralization, innovative, spiritualist. Going plutocracy for republic makes sense, but then aristo. Serfdom, but serfdom very slightly, and sometimes the other one will be better. I think conciliatory is a little bit better, unless you're super pushing the expansion. I think quantity is better. I think offense is better unless you're stacking fort maintenance discount, in which case defense is better because it gives you fort maintenance discount, so it lets you stack more of it. Naval's really important. I think you kind of have to go naval. Capital economy is better. I think super late game traditional economy might become better again, though. And then communalism's probably better. I haven't experimented too much with the extra migration speed. But I think that morale's not a super crazy modifier, and losing the estate's equilibrium is kind of rough. So. Probably just gonna hire a bunch of characters here, because this is gonna decay down anyways. Wait, does flipping Republic break banal lordship? No, you can have banal lordship and recognize communes. Womp womp. Is there satisfaction trending to? Not that high, but we have the extra max tax right now, so it's 25% higher if we were to not have it. Where's the Shadow Sleaze? Next? Thank you for the follow, much approved. Or where the shadows lie, sorry. What's good to automate and what's a trap? What's good to automate and what's a trap? Trade is kind of the big one that's good to automate, and if you get a really big economy, like we probably are at the point where we could do it, RGO is okay. Everything else is kind of a little bit trappy. The automation is just generally not that strong, but the flip side of it is that the AI is effectively using this, so you won't play worse than the AI at least. But this is kind of the other one. An idea for a really fun run is letting them handle diplomacy, because they will handle wars and stuff for you as well. But that's probably like diplomacy interactions is apparently hyper schizo. You haven't taken low home countries yet for the RP? For the RP. Yeah. You guys like Dutch Republic for flavor. Alright, we're going in on the flavor. To be clear, this isn't good, but we're doing it. Ugh. It hurts my soul. No matter what, that was gonna hurt my soul. But we did go Dutch Republic. Does that give us a unique succession law or something? Doesn't look it. Maybe we'll be able to have another kid here. Or a kid. Get the crown power going. And then this will just decay down to 0, so we'll just spend it. RP gets the people going. Oh, it's so painful. I hate how bad it is. Like, it just should be so much better. You know what? Maybe the first mod I make is making Dutch Republic freaking reasonable. Or just actually turning it into Merchant Republic, just with a different name. We need that mod stat. I'll have to think about what it should be, I guess. Maybe if we want to continue this run and not have me, like, just be sad all the time. We have wars on Denmark, on Aragon, France. France of all. Wait, France was in it, but they weren't... Bro, what is this? When we went to deck on France, they weren't part of the coalition. I don't want to fight France in the coalition. Not that we can't, it's just like, it like is semi-bricking our... whatever, we'll just fight them. This is fine. We, like, from an RP perspective, like, we're just so overstacked right now anyways, I kind of, like, do want to become less stacked, so... But the idea is, like, we would have just decked on France ourselves. But the only... Yeah, we can only piece out the war leader, so we can't take anything from France. But this is fine. The pace at which we destroy France doesn't need to be faster than it already is. Also give us more people, more armies to clap, to be honest. Doesn't need to be faster. Maybe we should slow things down. We are going at 2-to-1 here. But they don't get unified, and they, like, often, yeah, just get clipped like that. Just, stack wiping a bunch of guys individually, basically. And, yeah. They lose this battle, they learn that they shouldn't have gone for this thing. They'll lose a bunch of other stacks, and they'll be like, oh, just kidding, we didn't mean any of this. France being in on it also is probably going to make them want to concede, like, way later, so... A little bit of a vibe, I guess. Do we have any kids? Oh. Let's grab this. These guys go wherever. Can have the mod have 200 pops polders too? Yeah, maybe we make Dutch tweaks. I don't know, if someone's willing to do it, I could give suggestions for what I think the tweaks should be. But yeah, Dutch Republic should be potter and 250 pop polders seems better. Do we need to siege? We might need to siege some of their big stuff. You can also just go for the big stacks. Like, we literally just turned this off and it's back on again. This is... It's not the most annoying bug, but it's been in there for like forever. Or I feel like this is a bug. I don't think it should just auto turn back on. Oh, I think some of our subjects might be disloyal if they're... Specifically Anjou is the one we need to worry about. We can't let them get occupied. Do we know where the manpower mercs comes from? Are they from local pops? So when pops leave to join... I have a theory. I'm not 100% sure it's correct. When pops leave to... There's a merc pool that is informed by what technologies you have available, what military technologies you have available. More miltechs means the bigger pool. That pool is constantly on a per region basis, or sorry, on a per area basis. That pulls from the pops in that area. So really high pop areas will pull more, and also if you have more techs, you'll pull more. And as the mercs get depleted, more pops will get pulled until the pool is filled. And so this disincentivizes you from researching military techs because it causes you to lose pops to the pool for mercenaries, and also I think it makes it so that you don't want to merc up from your own regions, but rather elsewhere, so that pops from other locations die. I'm not 100% sure if this is the way it works, where like when you hit casualties, it starts pulling more mercs, or if it just constantly pulls like the same amount of mercs. Probably don't need this urban. Mason in the granary. You had me at hello. So we're handling Mason in this new market. Not the Paris market, but the Giscourse market. Is this guy over this war yet? I am. I think he might be over it if we occupy him a little bit. Dutch Republic should have a say in maritime range, though. Yeah, you could trade range something we could put on it. Like, as it stands, it's just, like, awful. A little bit concerned about Anjou. So why don't we punt part of our stack? Yeah. Where are these guys even coming from? They're mercs, probably. Okay, this guy decided he really wants out. But if we... Wow, we could even take stuff from him. We don't want stuff from him, though. We just want to be a good boy, pretty please. We will stop rampaging through the HRE. Just leave us alone. Will they give us the dissolve coalition? No. Bridge too far. I think we have some contours in our place. Wait, what's taking us infamy? Shutting down the contours takes infamy? Alright, never mind. Just kidding. We didn't mean it. Let's go to the Hansa and just block their ability to build. What's our requirement? Excuse me, opinion of the Hansa? Our opinion of them needs to be lower. We can't ban them. Yeah, that's annoying. Mystic, that's with 5 C's. Thank you for the follow-up. Do you know what you call a big booty pirate? Important question here. What do you call a big booty pirate? Big booty pirate, rather. Anyone know? Bueller? No one knows what you call a big booty pirate? Terrible. Elementary questions. I'll turn this car around right now. We resolve the issue. No, lumber's still an issue, but we can work to resolve it. Market village. Okay. Raw material production, lumber. Yeah, we're kind of okay. We don't really have that good production bonuses here, so I guess we're kind of okay auto-expanding that. We don't need this many. And we specifically, places where we may be urbanized that are not currently urbanized, we don't want to build lumber mills. Because the number of lumber mills you can build is higher in rural locations than urban locations, but kind of know what's going on with all these, so. Yeah, the farmlands and the places with forest or woods are going to be the ones that can go for the lumber. And we'll just get that started kind of in there. And we have the same in here. Let's do the lumber mill there. Well, yeah, that's probably fine. Just the thing is, Giscors is the capital, the market capital province, but might not even stay here. And hopefully this gets the lumber price down, and once that is the case, we will be able to upgrade the urbanization. Successful for the big booty pirate? That's a good guess. Avast, Trevor? Avast! Very close. You can't leave us hanging like that. What do you call a big booty pirate? Call him thick with 7 C's. Thick. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. What's our antag on them look like? Yeah, this is manageable. We can get out from under this on these guys. There's just so many little dudes. That feels bad. Walks out, absolutely. The correct response. I wonder why doesn't he care about culture converting this? He's probably not using his cat action there. What's he using it on? Oh, he's double assimilate culturing there until he assimilates everybody. There's some Normans left. They must be assimilated. A good old double up on the bubble up, huh? So yeah, we'll do that until all the Normans are gone. Normandy? Tolerating Normans? Not in my not in my house. Pretty solid amount of control here. We will have to reach the far side here if we want to have maximum control, but that might not even be necessary. I don't think we'll get enough economic activity happening for that to make sense. Any upgradables in this market? No, not yet. Soon though. Oh, I don't know if we can join still, or if being a republic makes things harder for us, but we can't get elected emperor as a republic, so that's out. Maybe crown power would make sense as a solution. We have already... We could start annexing these guys. That'd be okay, actually. We still have 2 governors and we haven't placed them. We could actually get more control along the coast here than we could inland stuff over here anyway. That's the sound of us making excuses to ourselves. Yeah, eventually these guys will chill out. I think we specifically went Trier. We've started improving relations with several times. But can't complete it because we get into a war with him. Well, kind of same deal. Yeah, so now if we improve relations, then he decks on us, and it's like, awkward. I think we maybe want to make a market there. I've been thinking a bit about the guy who did the rural interior Roman run and the markets. I think you follow the logical conclusion of the market principles, but probably made too many. But the idea of you don't want interior markets. But the access over here is pretty low. You just also don't want really big... You have countries that fit, or you have locations that fit roles within markets, and so you lose the prod efficiency bonuses from the urban and stuff. and you will tend to have more bonuses lost. And so what's more important is the market access or how much of the bonuses you have, and I think it's how much of the bonuses you have. But here, for example, because we're oversupplying cloth, we get this 2.3%, so the smaller your markets, the harder it is to have this. But when you have less market access, that just means your buildings are worth less of a building. It doesn't decrease your margin per input, but this decreases your margin per input. We need to get more wool produced here anyways. Yeah, our eco is just absolutely massive off the back of this. Like, our local demand is like 5, and we still have like 47 demand. It might be the case that we're actually supposed to shuffle back and forth. This would be a lot better if we actually went the reasonable gov reform, but we might be back with some modded flavor next time. Kind of a relevant question, but can you explain how fine cloth demand works? You're doing a Tennochitti plan run where only your 20 dev province that actually demands it is my capital. Yeah, that's how it works. If a location is below 20 demand, they don't demand it. Yep, that's just how it works. I think it should be a little bit less like a light switch, but yeah, it makes playing in low dev areas just hyper miserable. Like right now we're having a blast after playing like down here, like Yemen, and like here, and over here for like the last several playthroughs, just like starting off with like 30 dev and we're just like in outer space immediately with the economy is really nice. Like the reason we could run over everyone with mercs, like a big part of it is this province being so strong at game start, because it created a bunch of demand for a bunch of stuff, because demand also scales, like the multiplier. I forget, what do we hover? Where's Harvey Dent? We hover these guys. Pop nades, there we go. There's a base multiplier of 1, and for every 10 dev you get 0.5 more. So because this place is like, how many multipliers do they have? 2.5. So because we're like approaching 50 dev, are we here? Yeah, because we're approaching 50 dev, we have way more demand for everything. And so this location specifically is producing a ton of demand. Like the low Franconian burgers. And if this location had like 20 dev instead, there would be... Is it exactly or roughly? Be roughly like half as much demand from these guys. The bigger problem, it takes you just as much time to get from 10 to 30 as it does from 30 to 10. I think that is kind of a problem, yeah. Like you're just super low agency to get it like ongoing. But yeah, even when you get this up to, if you get this up to 20, now you could have been like 40 elsewhere. Why not urbanize the coast more? Brother, the coast is pretty urbanized. What? There are 2 locations we don't have urbanized. We're like 3. We have the salt, the livestock that I can actually get irrigation, and another salt. We kind of have a lot of salt though. But... So maybe we should urbanize it? Was it just too much processing power to port over the basket of goods system for pop demands for fixed rate? Well, that's like not how development works. There's like separate teams, and like I'm not sure they even played that much Vic 3. Like a lot of this stuff is actually like Vic 2-ish stuff. But yeah, I think it would have been too much performance budget. But I think they could make it more granular. Like having it just be 20 as a light switch. You could have it start ramping up at 10 and then finish ramping up at 25 or 30. And then that would feel a lot more granular and better. I wouldn't say you're behind because it takes longer to snowball the economy. So you get to play longer. I'm not sure that that's the longer to snowball the economy I exactly want, but to some extent you're right. I don't know, dev is weird. I don't have like an alternative suggestion for dev though, so I like tend not to critique stuff I don't have a suggestion for how to do it better on. A lot of salt means not enough markets. More trade is always the answer. It would have been if we went Merchant Republic, but instead we went Dutch Republic, which sucks butt. Relatively speaking. It's actually an okay government reform. It's not bad. But this would have been way better. We're gonna look to wrap up the stream though. Have an OPM vassal that's been using dev province on Crimea for 50 years and still only has 2 dev, might not bother taking it. Yeah, you should make sure that they have roads and market villages and stuff, but yeah. Pretty low dev region. Like, this land gets uber trashed, and the hordes, like, don't do anything with it, really, so... It's just, like, actually useless unless you bring it on up yourself. But, like, I don't know, we can look at the location wealth map mode. We're in, like, really good shape relative to, like, the rest of Europe. I know we haven't spent that much time, like, actively building, but, like, we put in the auto-expands and then they do their thing. It's important not just spamming a bunch of random stuff all over the place, also. Like, decide where you want to build the thing, why you want to build it there, and then build it all the way there. Type of thing. I think we might even urbanize this, either the copper or the lumber. Kind of weird, but we want access to another city that can use the input. There's really not a lot of lumber though in the Antwerp market. This is why why we don't like the Cologne market, because we want more iron and lumber in this market, and the Cologne market's getting in the way. But, have you played one game to the end date? I haven't even played the Final Age. It was my computer couldn't do it when I was doing really deep runs, and now it doesn't make sense for me to do deep runs because it's awful for content. It takes forever. They use respect to strong Dutch Republic, big true. My confusion, I had 20 dev provinces in your market where pops were demanding fine cloth, where others were. I don't think, does fine cloth have it has to scale over... So this, if a state has more than income than expense, you have to pass this once, but after you pass it once, it seems that it just stays on. This is kind of opaque, and I'm not sure if this is working properly, but you could try just not taxing your nobles for a month and see if that helps. How do you have so much profit? We could show our budget. Flipping Republic helps out a bit. We're basically only paying for dip slider at this point, though. Well, we're paying 20 for stab, but... do we have... We might also have... the... No, we don't have, Parliament taxes. This is just it. Dev does not constantly update, unlike standard living, which makes it basically free computationally. Plus 10 loyalty from Dutch Republic, you can probably afford to go centralization. We cannot go centralization because we're 1.5 in the other direction. Having a bunch of tiny subjects is just so much better than doing it the other way. Like, the cost is the fact that you get trend from subjects. If we didn't get trend from subjects, that's an interesting idea, that Dutch Republic would let us go centralization. But, you can't do it. I think they should make more effective versions of dev province, but only work if the average dev in the province is 20 or 30, so you can dev it more efficiently. I don't know, I feel like some of this stuff should be more responsive to where trade is flowing through. To some extent it is. I do think that there's like modifier for location imports and exports. I think that, you can see that these locations care as well. I think but it's only the place that is on the coast, that is the port, that cares. Like this, we're not getting location exports. I think maybe the places through which like trade happens should get like more dev. Or like major trade hubs things, but now we're talking about an entirely different system. Do you bother putting marketplaces in market center locations? Generally not. But maybe it's in theory correct. You get Uber dev with Sanjiao. Sanjiao can help. You can stack Confucian and then flip Sunni. Confucian, I forget exactly how it is you get to keep Confucian and Sunni at the same time. It might be that Confucian law is tied to the region. I just know you could go Chinese, Sunni, and you get 0.002 dev. I think the problem is having higher dev lets you play the eco game longer because there's more demand to satisfy. Yeah, like, it feels like eco isn't turned on until you hit 20 dev in places. Like, to some degree. But maybe that's like, maybe that's WOD. It just, I don't know, it feels really bad. I don't think it, like, so as the player, having more levers and options is nice. You just don't have the levers. You just have to do the other stuff more. Where, like, the only thing you can do is just, like, build infrastructure and RGOs and shrug your shoulders type of thing. Colonizing gives a big boost to dev? Yeah, colonizing too. So, we will eventually get this super tall. We could also just not annex that many subjects, honestly. Past, like, here. The governors just really incentivize you to blob. I think we're gonna put a governor in Copenhagen. Oh, we can't yet, actually. Wow, imagine if we had slave raiding, we could solve that, like, instantly. Terrible. Alright. So, I think we are going to see if anyone is playing EU5 and throw them a raid. Alright, let's click on my own channel. Let's see. Learning EU5 is come help, someone says. Alright.
Then you click on him.
I guess if any of you guys want a backseat game, I do have to use the restroom and do like normal stuff, so we're gonna throw a raid. Then we also link the thing. The YouTubers, they are interested. Thank you guys for coming out. Much appreciated. You're definitely right about food hell zones. Greece, Cardiff, Messina, and Oran started needing more food imports. 30 years. Guy who... Okay, sorry. Pagoose, guy who did the 100k tax base Rome saw your review on the stream. You're definitely right about the food hell zones. Greece, Cardiff, Messina, Oran started needing more and more food imports the last 30 years, which isn't very efficient. Yeah. I mean, that's the main thing I would do differently, other than, like... It still looks like slightly too crunched. I talked about it a little bit, like, just a couple minutes ago, on stream. How, like, so lack of market access, it just makes your buildings effectively worth less of a building, but, you care a lot about input efficiency more, so maintaining more production efficiency is more important. And so it's harder to have, a high percentage supplied locally as well. if you create a lot of markets. But it's like diminishing returns. Like at a certain point, you like don't care, and so like that's another reason to do it. But we already prepared the raid. But yeah, the markets that specifically looked off were like the market here, the market in Greece, and like you just look at this map mode basically, and like the markets that are just entirely in a place that has zero irrigation generally often like feel pretty bad. Did we send off the raid? Okay, yeah, we did. All right, and then we will say goodbye to the YouTubers as well. But, Pagoose, if you at me on my Discord, we could talk about it more as well. But I'm